All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the RSE finals today. Oh, we have a special treat for everyone. Today is Gamma versus Stun Gaming Mythos, and we are just starting in the Champ Slug. This is a best of five. A few bands have already gone down. What are your thoughts, Franco?
Okay, yeah, let's take a look at the draft here. So far, Camille, Jinx taken off by red team, and Vex, Ornn, Kali on the blue side. I do like the Ornn ban as well, because if you're going to look to blind your top lane on blue... Oh, instant volley pick. Never mind, we got to get straight into the picks.
Wow.
Volibear B1. Wow.
Yeah, that's not something you see. I think you see every day, but it is a strong. I think it's a top jungle flex. So that top lane build, is going full tank. So I think it's a fine blind pick here, especially because it establishes such a strong front line early on.
Yeah, for sure. I think this sets the pace of draft for Dorado Gamma. It says that they want to be proactive early when we diving towers and looking for team fights. Vayne is the response here, so Gamma is going to get
Ooh,
the counter pick into the Vayne. Now, Carino, if this were you, what would you be looking to pick into Vayne?
yeah, I think I would want to punish this really, really hard. Vayne is a little bit of a finicky champion. Most of the time, it does depend on the support counter matchup. But since we do see a solo laner coming out from Gamma so early, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to find the support counter pick B4, B5. But typical champions you'd want to play into this Vayne is something like the Caitlyn, maybe even this Aphelios, Ashe, something that can just poke her out of lane and not really let her get close. And we see a Trundle R2.
Yeah, Trundle, usually a good response into Volibear jungle, assuming it is the jungle. And just like you mentioned, there is the Caitlyn hover. Are we going to see this champ so early in the draft? I'm not surprised, but it looks like Gamma's pretty confident that they can leverage early leads with that champ here. So let's see if it gets locked in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Caitlin's sort of the OG Vayne counter pick, and it actually pairs well against this Trundle as well. Trundle wants to get this pillar down, and Caitlyn can just go right over it. And we've seen aggressive Tryndamere B3.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Tryndamere been seeing global presence in almost every single league on blind. It's usually a blue side champion just because, even his worst matchups are pretty serviceable. He's really good at split pushing, diving, team fighting. He kind of does it all. And I think with the Ornn ban in place, Gamma is saying, we're pretty confident in whatever you want to pick here, be it the Malphite, be it the Jax. We get the Karma instead. So, okay, Stun Gaming blinding both bot laners, giving Dorado Gamma a chance to pick their perfect combination. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I not surprised seeing the Karma B3. She or R3. She is a very strong enchanter right now, and she's entirely blind pickable. However, I would like to see if Gamma maybe has something spicy. Usually, when you see this Karma Vayne combo and you have a Caitlyn, you want to pick something even longer range. I would not be surprised to see a Lux, maybe even if they have a spicy Zyra or Xerath pick. I think those are great champions. That being said, we do see a Leona and Malphite ban coming down for both teams.
Yep, Malphite. That's probably like for me the best cookie cutter Tryndamere counter. You just stack armor and you can steal his movement speed with your Q. Just run away, don't engage, and be more useful in team fights. I definitely like that ban. I think if I was stun gaming, I would have looked to R3 the Malphite. However, Tryndamere can still be technically flex. So let's see what they are for here, though. Because like I said, Tryndamere is still technical flex, and as we get the victor on stun gaming side.
Yeah, very strong backline coming out from Stun Gaming. Victor Vayne, if they're able to just do their thing and not really being pressured, they're basically going to out DPS, out damage any other backline. But, as I say that, we do see the B4 Lux hover. This is exactly what I want to see. I want to see something with a lot of poke, a lot of range that can sort of whittle down this Vayne and not necessarily let Karma's early pressure really affect the Caitlyn much. Oh, and it might be a Lux mid.
Oh, interesting. That was not the angle I saw at all. I thought you had called it with the Lux bot, but it looks like we're going to get Lux Thresh, and that's going to complete Gamma side of the draft. Lux mid response into Victor, not bad, and the Thresh, I think, definitely can help pull people out, but I also kind of wonder, with Dorado's comp, they definitely want to be going in, but do they want to be leaving? The Thresh there, maybe not what I would have gone for, but perhaps they have a different game plan when it comes to attacking this high scaling, high range comp. And set R5 to round it out. Personally, as a top laner, I think this matchup is probably Tryndamere favored the longer the game goes on. Set can apply some early pressure, but, just gets hopelessly outscaled by Trynd. So, should be on the side of Gamma, but now that both drafts are complete, who do you favor here?
Yeah, I think honestly, looking at both drafts, unfortunately, I have to think that Stun Gaming is probably coming out on top based off of draft alone. Just because when you look at Gamma's side, you don't really have a lot of great engage to sort of reach this vein, sort of reach this victor. You really only have the volley bear, but that's something that can just be, dunked out by the set or even peeled off with the trundle and the karma. I don't really see a way how Gamma gets on top. However, they do have this like sort of long range poke Caitlyn Lux, but I don't know if that's going to be necessarily enough. That being said, Gamma does have a slight favored win with the Tryndamere top lane. If this Tryndamere gets going, there's nobody on Stun Gaming's side that can actually stop him.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think when we saw the Volibear initially, we were looking for Gamma to kind of create this dive comp, but I think they pivoted away nicely. If I'm Tryndamere and I see things like Vayne, Karma set, it's impossible for me to stay on the backline during a fight. I think that this sort of long range pivot, as well as the utility in the Thresh, Gamma definitely has more options here to play the team fight. They don't just have to hope that their all in buttons work. So it definitely is going to come down to execution. If you let Victor Karma Vayne free scale, it's kind of be kind of a disaster. But I do trust the Volibear to put enough pressure early to make this game interesting.
Yeah, agreed. Especially if they can get this bot lane ahead, this Caitlyn Thresh, it is like so like pressure wise, it's so like almost drowning Stun Gaming's bot lane. The Vayne, the Karma, they're just so outranged by this Caitlyn, and then if Karma, steps up and Thresh is able to get a good flay, maybe a good hook, that's a dead Karma. She's squishy. She's not gonna be able to survive a lot of the damage, especially when you have this volley bear, maybe even hitting level 6, going for a level 6 dive. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to survive if they get the ball rolling on Gamma's side. So I'm super excited. I totally expect both junglers to sort of maybe focus towards this bot lane. That being said, even top lane is an angle in this. I feel like if this Tryndamere gets ahead, he's just going to be so oppressive. This set, if he gets ahead, maybe he can keep this Tryndamere down and give enough time for his Vayne to victory to scale. But there's just so many like angles that both teams can play that I'm super excited to see where exactly these junglers are going to start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's whenever you have a Caitlyn on your team, you're kind of playing with, in my eyes, like a ticking time bomb. You want to make sure that you utilize the fact that she's probably one of the strongest AD laners early, get tons of tower plates, pressure, early dragons, and that can help offset a lot of the cost of not having a hyperscaling AD carry. So if Gamma is proactive enough early with this Caitlyn pick, they can just run the game over before any of the enemy champions get a chance to scale.
Yeah, agreed. That being said, I have nothing else to say about these team comps. I think we've talked about them enough. I'm just excited to get into game. All right, everybody. I think that's all we have, unless Franco, you have any last minute words?
Nope.
All right, well, with that, we're going to go on a short break. We'll be back once the spectator delay is gone. Stay tuned.
It's the first time of today.
All right, welcome back everybody to the RSE finals. We have Gamma versus Stun Gaming, and a bit of a treat for you guys. This is a best of five. Looks like the game is just starting now. I might be a little frozen on my side though.
Yeah, I am at about 34 seconds, Karino. I don't know about you, if you're synced up with me.
All right, good to go. I'm synced up.
All right.
Right away we're looking at both teams. It looks like it is just going to be a standard 5 point. Stun Gaming has put down a lot of early wards though.
Yeah, they definitely want to make sure they don't get cheesed early. Oh, Thresh goes for the hook, and it's gonna go wide, actually. Okay, so Gamma going for a late invade here just to get some vision down. Let's see how Stun Gaming responds to this move. It looks like they're just gonna go back to their assignments. A little bit of action
Yeah.
here in the early game so far. Things are interesting.
Yeah, Thresh starting hook level one versus Vayne Karma is actually quite punishable, I think, if they do play it correctly. It is unfortunate that he did miss that hook, as that could have been a burnt flash or maybe even a kill if they were lucky enough. But it looks like it's going to be the Volley Bear starting top side versus the Trundle starting on the bottom side.
Yeah, I don't know about the. Well, I think Trundle starting blue is standard pathing, but as far as trying to punish this Tryndamere, definitely pre-6 is a really good time and try to kill him, but I think Hazem is smart enough to know that he's on the weak side. Volibear definitely wants to get his Caitlyn lane ahead. I'm glad that they've realized, we can't really sack this Caitlyn lane. We need to get her ahead because, as much as you want the Tryndamere to be up, if your Caitlyn lane is down early, that's a disaster.
Yeah, agreed. And I really do think this Volibear coming down early is going to pay off huge, especially since we do have the Ignite on Thresh. So, that is a combat summoner that can sort of lead to lead to pressure in the bot lane, lead to maybe even a kill. And so getting the Volibear down early would be really good. And we see them hit level 2. Carmen Vane going to have to back off.
Yep, they get the early prio. Looks like Volley gets his pick of the litter right now, as his lanes definitely have push. Trundle here, though, looking for a little bit of a Centauran gank early, maybe.
Yeah, we might actually see them go in. He looks like he doesn't have the pillar just yet. He does go ahead and bring it down finally, and Victor picks up first blood, taking the flash from Lux.
Wow, yeah, that's just a textbook Trundle gank. You see it a lot of the time by Centauran in the LCS. You just flash bite them, make them blow their flash, and you just pillar off their escape. I'm not going to say a guaranteed kill, but it's really hard to play against, and it looks like it pays off perfectly for Stun Gaming there.
Yeah, and in the bot lane, we do have the wave crashing. Unfortunately, Volibear is not in position to sort of punish this. Maybe a dive to answer that might have been the answer, but it looks like they're just going to use the pressure instead and sort of get this scuttle crab. And you can see right away, Trundle is ending on the top side. Maybe he will be able to get some sort of pressure down, but it might just be just a trade of scuttles.
Yeah, and whenever you look at ganks, you have to think of the opportunity cost of those ganks, and it looks like Trundle actually did not slow down his clear at all to pick up that kill because of how quick and efficient it was. So overall, just a very good play by Stun Gaming.
Yeah, and we might even get another gank. Trundle is hovering on the top side there. It looks like he is just going to back off, though, as Volibear is finally taking his red buff, but it looks like he's actually going to
Oh
go for
no.
the gank. Lux might be caught out here. Perfect! Trundle Pillar catches him out. The stun is able to land, but here comes Rare Candy. Is he going to be able to do anything? He's not. Lux gets taken down by the Trundle. 0-2 start for Gamma.
Yeah, it's a disaster. I mean, Trundle is definitely playing this as he should. Um, I guess he found out I bet all my dog coin on this game, so he's
Oh
going his
no.
hardest. He's going his hardest to make sure that that investment does not pay off. But just really, like, you don't see this at this level a ton. Just really smart pathing and play from the Trundle. Deluxe's flash is down. She doesn't have any mobility tools. Him and Victor have really good lockdown. Tryndamere takes quite the trade there. So, while I do think this is the correct play, I'm also surprised to see that the Trundle is abusing this lane so early.
Yeah, I think that, he does have a lot of options. And in the top lane, Hazam goes
Ooh.
in, maybe finds a spin, a little bit of damage. Could pick up the kill here. He does. Flashes
My
forward.
God.
Solo kill going over to Hazam.
All right, just when I thought Gamma was down and out, their Lord and Savior Hazem comes out with the solo bolo. Set just playing really recklessly there. I mean, you have to know Tryndamere is sitting on about 25-30% crit chance there at fully stacked to Rage, and you don't win those trades. So He will be able to TP back to the tower, pick up most of that CS, but this Gamma's win condition is starting to show itself pretty early.
Yeah, I think that was just such an intelligent play coming up from Hasm. He in that short trade, it looks like he lost it, but he knew that the Haymaker wasn't going to be up for a while, so he was able to just chase down that kill. There's nothing Set can do because he did not have it available. And now, we're 5 minutes into the game. Gamma is about 300 gold down, but they were almost 1,000 gold down earlier, but Hasm was able to bring that back with such a huge CS lead in the top lane in that solo kill. That being said, mid lane's a little behind. A little bit of trade going on at the top lane. Not sure if it's going to amount to much. It will not.
Yeah, he's got the refill pots in the queue. He should be able to heal back up just fine. My biggest worry now, though, is with mid lane losing so hard and Volibear's resources having to be expanded across the map. If this bot lane, this Caitlyn lane, doesn't get to abuse Vayne, it kind of feels like you could have opted for something else. And Victor's already got his upgraded E at 6 minutes. I don't play a lot of mid, but that does seem pretty early.
Yeah, with all of the takedowns, able to pick up so much. But as I say that, Hasm goes into the top lane, level 6 versus level 6, and nothing's going to happen from that. Both top laners are going to back off. But meanwhile, Trundle did pick up the Infernal Drake in the bot lane.
Yep, big thing when you play Tryndamere. A lot of people think he's just a brainless punch and go champion, which he is for sure. But if it's one thing in his kit that you have to have some discipline for, it's the ultimate. If you pop it a little too early, it goes to waste. If you pop it too late, you die. And I think Hazem definitely had the angle to all in there. Despite Set having his ultimate, he just popped the ultimate a little bit too early to go for it.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find more out of that, but he does have a huge CS lead in the top lane too, still, and it looks like mid lane has just about evened out. Vayne actually down quite a bit of farm, and because of that, Gamma has sort of equalized this gold.
Yeah, always good to see, especially after the early disaster in the mid lane. Kush being able to bounce back, only being down about 6 or so CS once he clears that wave. And I think that's going to make the game a lot more interesting. I am happy to see that both teams are here to play. Nobody's getting rolled over so far, and I think when the team fights come around, that's when we're going to see who is able to execute their draft better. Oh, Rush Hook goes wide. Just as I
Yeah.
say that.
I mean, I agree 100%. That being said, now that this Lux is so far behind, I don't think mid is necessarily going to be an angle. Where do you think Gamma needs to put their pressure in order to sort of secure this early game lead that we know that their team comp needs?
Yeah, so you're down the first dragon with the Caitlyn lane. So in my opinion, I think if you're able to leverage your Tryndamere to pick up an early Herald and then play bot with it, maybe look for some sort of 4-man dive onto the Vayne Karma, that would be a really good way to blow the game open because Tryndamere is fine just free farming up here, honestly. That would be my play, and it looks like
Wow,
Candy is
Hook
on
lands actually onto the Vayne, but will it be enough? Exhaust comes down onto the Caitlyn, and it looks like it's just going to be a trade of Summoner Spell so far. Vayne going forward, gets hit by the net, takes a lot of damage. Is it going to be enough? Caitlyn comes out, lands onto the Karma. Another hook! Great hook lands, and it looks like just going to be a trade of supports as Victor comes in for the assist, forcing Alon's to flash away, but I can't imagine he's long for this world as he does get taken down finally by the Victor, a little bit faster on the roam.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gamma. It was so close to being so well done. And Trundle has found Volley on this Herald, but Trundle is on the weak side of his own map right now. He should know this.
Yeah, and he's going to get just chased down. I don't know so much why he would try to go for this play when he knew his mid laner wasn't there, but it looks like it might work out. But no, great read from Rare Candy. Ultimate slams down. He gets taken down, and now they have complete control of this top side.
Wow, story of the game here. Oh,
Wow, a little bit of damage actually coming off from the Lux, but I can't imagine it's going to be more than just a trade of cooldowns.
story of the game here. If there's a blow dealt onto Gamma on the bot side, they respond equally onto the top side here. Keeping this game interesting and keeping them in it. So, just like we talked about earlier, Rare Candy looking to pick up this Herald so he can open up pressure. Now that we have Caitlyn in the mid lane, though, I'd be interested to see where this Herald is going because none of the towers are particularly low.
Yeah, I would like to see, personally, this Caitlyn Thresh maybe sort of get down this mid lane a little bit more because we do know that if they are able to open up this mid tower, it opens up so much of Stun Gaming's bot or their so much of their jungle and allows them to sort of get choked out in terms of like farm and CSing. So, and I think this mid laner, this mid lane tower is going to be the priority.
And Gamma actually slightly ahead in gold. A lot of that coming to the CS leads that have been built up in the top and bot lane, as well as some of the kills being picked up. So, while it did seem kind of disastrous for the Lux early, the Gamma is definitely still in this game.
Yeah, 500 gold lead, in total going over to them. And, if we take a look at the items, the only person who's really completed a mythic is the Victor. Little Trey going to the top lane, not going to be very much. But I think that, these one item breaking points for this Caitlyn, for this Lux, are going to be sort of the big push that Gamma needs to sort of snowball more into this mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what we just like we talked about in the early game. Like the Tryndamere is now completely rolling over the set. I think if you're able to get an early Zerker's Greaves and start scaling, this lane becomes pretty unplayable pretty quickly. He's Tryndamere's not strong enough to dive the set yet, and he doesn't have Volibear backing him up. But this matchup is just going to keep spiraling worse and worse. So Hazem really alleviating a lot of the early pressure Gamma was feeling in the mid and bot lane. Our lane assignments are kind of back to standard as we have Dragon coming up in a few seconds. Uh, do you expect Gamma to contest this spawn? Because looks like Sun Gaming's already setting up for it.
To be quite honest with you, I don't see how they could because none of these carriers on the side of Gamma have this mythic item. While Victor is just so strong, sitting on this really really cheap Everfrost, and I can't imagine this being more than just maybe a steal attempt, but it does not work out as
Ooh.
Stun Game does pick up the dragon, and it looks like it is going to be the Mountain Soul.
All right, so now Stun Gaming is starting to paint their win con pretty clear, looking to pick up this Dragon Soul. A lot of the poke damage that comes from Kate Lux is going to be pretty nullified if you're able to pick up the Mountain Soul, and it's going to make characters like the Trundle in the set pretty scary and hard to deal with. Tryndamere also somebody who deals a lot with breakpoints, as he's going to take a lot of damage here for oh.
Yeah, but it
Okay.
might be a dive as Tryndamere goes in. The ult comes out from Volibear. Doesn't land though. Gets dunked back into the tower by the set. And now we're looking at the bot lane for some reason, but we're coming back up top. Victor did TP down, and now Trundle is here. But it looks like they are going to be able to get out with their heist successfully, not losing anybody for the cost of this TP. And maybe they have found Trundle here. The binding comes out, does miss though, but it doesn't matter as Trundle gets taken down. Volibear takes that kill, and now Set is in a really bad position. The ultimate comes out from Lux, doesn't land onto the Set. And as I say that, it is going to be enough damage, however. And in the bot lane, it looks like Flash is coming forward. They're trying to find this Caitlyn. The exhaust comes out, but it's not going to be enough. The
Cool.
Lantern saves the Caitlyn back into safety, but now she's taken out with the Karma. It is a 1v1 supportal battle. Who's going to win this? Looks like maybe Thresh's hook comes out. A lot of damage and just a lot of autos going back and forth. Is Karma going to be able to survive? She is, as the Mantra W does heal her. Alrighty, well, that was quite a fight, Franco, and it looks like on the top side, Gamma was able to take down that top tower with the help of the Rift Herald. A huge gold swing going over 4,000 gold.
Yeah, no, really well done. That fight looked a little bit forced at first. I thought it was going to end up bad for them once the initial dive failed and Set was able to ult back in. But Lux smartly running up to come help the play, and they knew when they could turn around, and it ended up paying off. So Gamma now back in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and with that 4,000 gold lead, we've seen some great items being picked up by Gamma. Gale Force on the Tryndamere, Gale Force on the Caitlyn, and I can imagine that this Lux is going to back here and possibly pick up a Ludens, maybe a Leandries. And now I think all three carries are basically on their first mythic item, a huge power spike for them.
Yeah, and could you just count out your time real quick, Karina, so I can make sure we're synced up?
Yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All right, it's perfect. Yeah, we're synced up now. Okay,
All right.
so Caitlyn, a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah,
Actually,
could be, but it looks like the Trimmer was spotted out, and it looks like Stun Gaming is not going to have any of that. There are three people down in this bot lane. Tower plates are down. They could be trying to force this as Tryndamere doesn't really have anywhere to go on the top side right now.
yeah, just Tryndamere here, just roaming. And the bad thing is that since he's frozen on, he's not gonna be able to pick up an ACS. You know, when you're in a bad situation like that, a lot of times, like me as a player, I try to think, okay, well, what can I do to offset that cost? And he's backing up his laners, making sure that they're not in any sort of trouble from ganks. And look, this is finally the Caitlyn gets to do what she's known to do. It may be 15 minutes into the game, but she is absolutely shredding that tower.
Yeah, I can't imagine that tower being up much longer, which is going to be huge because we do have the Mountain Dragon coming up minute and a half. If they are able to get this tower down, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the bottom side, and it could lead to maybe them getting Dragon. But as I say that, it looks like a red steal is not going to be possible as Trundle is able to smite that away. But now Victor might have been caught out, has to burn the flash to get away from the Volibear. But in the bot lane, Karma does run forward to the Mantra Q, not able to find much, just a little bit of a disengage.
Yeah, I think Gamma's bot lane thought that there was backup on the way because of how aggressively Karma was posturing. In any normal situation, if that Karma gets hooked there, she's dead. But yeah, small little Caitlyn ult just to cancel the back, and they're pretty happy just pushing in these waves. I think 50 seconds on the Dragon. Gamma's finally got some gold in their pockets. They're going to look to attempt this as Trundle's moving down.
Yeah, and it looks like they might be caught out as Trundle, great pillar coming out, has to be flashed away, but it's not going to be enough. He gets condemned into the wall. Thresh gets taken down. Vayne picks up the kill 30 seconds before Dragon. This could be terrible for Gamma.
Yeah, really unfortunate timing on the death there by Zen because Drag 3 is coming up and enemy team Sun Gaming, who is a scaling team, is encroaching on this Mountain Soul. So Tryndamere also doesn't have the teleport. That's one of the costs that you pay when you draft a champion like Tryndamere. So powerful on the side lane, so much kill pressure with the Ghost, but is not able to quickly join the fights. Raritan might be out of position here, though.
Yeah, and it looks like he may have been on more than he could chew as he has to use the ultimate to get out of there. Binding does not land, but meanwhile, in the top side, Tryndamere is wrecking havoc with this Rift Herald, takes the inner tower, and it looks like this might just be a steal attempt coming out from Gamma. Hazem is just knocking away on this tower, and it looks like nobody's going to be able to stop him. He takes down the inhib tower, now he's just going to get into a slap fight with the set. Dragon does go over to Stun Gaming, though, in the meanwhile.
I do like this trade, and I like the proactivity from Hazem. You absolutely cannot contest the soul if you've, or I'm sorry, you can't contest the Mountain Dragon if you have Zend dead and your Ghost Tryndamere in the top lane. So just try to get as much money as you can from them, sacrificing having lane presence to make that Dragon play. And Hazem able to pick up 2 towers, crack open the top of the map. You'd imagine he's going to be switching into bot lane now, as it's still a little early to take that inhib. But, Gamma with about 5,000 gold lead. So while the Dragon situation may look dire, they have made a lot of plays on the map to sort of trade gold. And at this next fight, I think they'll be at their spikes before Stun Gaming. But not a lot of room for error in that instance, because if you mess up that fight, like if your Thresh gets caught again and enemy team gets soul, all of this posturing and trading was for nothing.
Yeah, agreed. Especially since, we have 4 minutes until the dragon, and I see Ginsu components for Vayne. And I think if she completes this item on this fourth dragon, she's going to be such a huge threat, even more so than this Victor. She's just going to be able to stack up those silver bolts so constantly. I really interested to see how Gamma is really going to be able to try to shut her down. Tryndamere is working on his second item as well, and Caitlyn is building the rapid fire cannon, it looks like, second.
Yeah, and that was kind of the mystery of this draft that you and I talked about when we were seeing it go live, is that this comp kind of has two different identities. It's got the absolute go in, no questions asked, no way out, but it also has a combination of poke and utility. So I think it is definitely harder to execute than Stun Gaming's comp, and we're going to kind of witness the magic that is the cohesion between these champions in the next fight. If Gamma is able to pull it off well with the leads that they've gotten on all their champions, then should be kind of a stomp on the next one. But again, definitely in these lower elo games, a lot of times it comes down to execution. And if your execution's a lot easier to handle, then you can come out on top, even if you're behind on gold.
Yeah, agreed. And I think even in preparation for this fight, Gamma has done something really intelligent. I think a lot of teams would think just to keep sending the Tryndamere top lane to maybe break this inhibitor, but instead they've sent him bottom lane, which means he's going to be able to, slowly whittle down this inner tower, sort of balloon this gold lead that they have from these towers, maybe even to 6K to 7K as he whittles down these towers. And, him being bottom side, not having this TP means he's going to be at this next dragon fight. He doesn't need to worry about having to run down early or losing any kind of pressure.
Yep, for sure. From a macro standpoint, I like this, especially since there's really nothing to take in the top lane. It's still a little early to grab that inhibitor. When you're playing a champion like Tryndamere or like a Darius that runs with Ghost, as the hook goes a little wide,
So
you really
does
have to
the
think ahead.
root, and a lot of damage actually going down on the Vayne.
Hey, wow, there's some good pokes. Still 2 minutes until Dragon, so who knows how consequential it will be, as Gamma macro looking kind of interesting right now. I don't know if they're doing much of anything except clearing waves, but looks like we've got back timers. So are we expecting two item spikes here? Tryndamere did grab his Navori, so they
Yeah, I'm
might be.
expecting it on Caitlyn. Very, yep, there goes her rapid fire cannon along with a couple of control wards. It looks like Gamma is all in on this dragon. They're picking up so much vision in preparation. I can't imagine that they're going to waste much time here. They're just going to start setting up all their vision, maybe even set up a little mini trap line in preparation for maybe trying to get a pick. As you know, they are going mid lane. They're getting this mid lane pushed out. It looks like Gamma is just all in on this dragon the next minute.
Yep, the duo to watch for me in this next fight is going to be Tryndamere and Volley. Volley is sitting on the stopwatch, so he's going to be looking to make some big money plays onto the back line and buy himself some time while he's frozen in the stasis. Tryndamere on that massive Navori spike as Trundle drops his smite onto the blue. As a Tryndamere player, getting the Navoris is just so huge. It cuts your E cooldown time in half as Tryndamere is learning the beauty of pathing around a Trundle pillar, trying to clear that pink ward to
Yeah, it looks
finally
like he
get.
tapped quite a bit around there trying to just to hit the pink word at the last second there. But we do have 40 seconds on this dragon, and Gamma does have complete river control, even pushing their vision deeper into the bottom jungle of stunned gaming. And I think if they're able to keep this mid pile, it's going to be such a powerful position for them, but it looks like they might give it up.
Oh, Tryndamere in an early skirmish here with the set.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to do Tryndamere things, though, and just going to trade health. But it looks like Gamma might have been caught out just a little bit here, taking so much damage. Caitlyn and Volibear are at half HP. This is looking just a little bit spicy for Gamma. Let's see how they play this fight. As the hook does land onto the Karma, here comes the root. Here comes the
My
ultimate.
God.
Gets taken down by the Lux. And now Volibear's trying to go in, not able to do so. Vayne dodges out of the hook perfectly, and here comes Hasm. Will he be able to do much? He spins onto the Vayne, gets condemned into the wall. Beautiful play. Gale Force coming out, not going to be enough. Vayne takes him down, and now Gamma's in a really weird spot as the hook does land on his set. Not going to be enough, though, as the Haymaker does protect his life. He gets taken down. The Thresh gets killed. Caitlyn gets killed, and Gamma is routed as Sinji is going to chase him down. No, the root comes out from the Lux. It is a 2 versus 2, mid jungle versus mid jungle. Let's see how this is going to play out.
All right, I've seen OG Kush clutch these up before. This is going to be a really close fight here. If remember the lots on the line, if Sun Gaming ends up winning this exchange, they're going to pick up the Mountain Soul, and that's pretty hard to recover from.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Karma did get blown up so early in this fight that she's actually already back. So this is actually a 3v2, and it looks like they might try to chase him down. Perfect flash, dodges the binding Kush, gets shut down, and now this dragon, I can't imagine, will not go over to Stun Gaming, but Rare Candy is in the pocket here. He does have flash, he does have a pink ward. Will he be going for it?
All right, we need to see a hero play here as Victor is completely out of mana. They're trying to pull this dragon out of the pit, but Rare Candy can still see it just fine. Let's see what if he's going to be able to pick up the smite here. He does not, and the Mountain Soul goes over to Stun Gaming. Just overall, I think really poor execution by Gamma. If you watch Tryndamere in that fight, he was about 5 inches away from a half HP Victor and ended up deciding to blow Flash Gale Force to go all the way onto the Vayne, which I really did not like the decision making there. Just take the target in front of you. If you're Tryndamere, you can go and cover the other side of the split fight because we had Trundle basically cutting off the rest of the team. Lux playing too much with fire. You're a poke champion, you're a range champion. Play with your cooldowns, play at range. Don't walk up and test the bear because they will end up punishing you, and that's exactly what happened. Credits to Stun Gaming for winning the fight and taking care of the Mountain Soul, but I'm also a little disappointed in Gamma's decision making in that fight.
Yeah, and I think you saw the power of this Vayne pick here and how, like, if you don't have a team comp to deal with her and she's able to free hit, she just does so much that fight. Was only taken down, I think, finally by OG Kush. I think he was able to find just a quick root and combo onto her. But now she's picking up this Warden's Mail. And we do have a little bit of a freeze coming in, but looks like we are going to get unpaused here as Hasm goes in onto the top side. He may be looking for this kill. Karma's coming up, but I don't think she's going to be fast enough. Haymaker comes out. Just going to be a little bit of trade of damage, but, we are 24 minutes into this game. Stun Gaming does have this Mountain Soul. That does mean Elder Soul or Elder Dragon could be a win con for either team, though. How does Gamma sort of, go on from here? Is it going to just be a Baron pick as I say that? The Hazem might be caught out here. Pillar comes out, not going to be able to do much, just a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I think that as the time goes on here, especially with this Mountain Soul, the windows for Gamma to come back and win are a lot smaller, but still, feasible. You know, champions like Tryndamere being on 2 items, working up to 3. If any squishies get... Oh, actually, as
Oh,
I'm
beautiful
talking...
hook onto Sinji, and now Hazem is here for the damage. Is he going to be able to take him down? He's just so tanky. Not enough damage, but now Hazem might be caught out. Another hook lands onto the Karma this time. She might get taken out. No, not able to. Zed's stuck in a bad spot, has to go golden. Now Rare Candy's looking at the bot side, not going to be able to find much. Beautiful Lux Binding lands onto Karma, not going to be enough damage, but here comes Victor onto the bottom side. They take down 2, and now Stun Gaming has complete control of this Baron.
Yep, completely routed, and they just played into the choke a little too hard. You know, this champion, Victor, is starting to scale up. He's doing a lot of damage onto the team fight. They weren't able to finish the Karma pick. A lot of it was because of the Mountain Solo they picked up. And if you're Gamma, you're starting to think, okay, why did I give away 4 dragons in a row when I had the Caitlyn lane?
Yeah, Tryndamere's going in here, finding a lot of damage onto the Victor. And it does get taken out by the Karma. Meanwhile, Set is able to knock him into the wall. Not able to pick up the kill, though, as Rare Candy trades.
Yep, looks like Volibear picks up a quick kill on the Set. The Baron is stopped, which is the important part here. No Nash take, so we are still playing for that Elder window. However, the timing is becoming a lot more slim as the game goes on. I think now you're just really hoping that Lux gets a miracle combo off, and Tryndamere 3 item is enough to make a difference on the back line.
Yeah, can I get that timing again just to make sure we're synced up?
Yeah. 47, 48, 49, 50, or is that where you're at right about? Yeah, I'm at 55, 56, 57.
Okay, I think I should be caught up then.
All right, yeah, perfect. No worries. Just some usually happens when we're watching on different monitors. All right, so both teams now on the reset here and looking at the state of the game. We've got about 3 minutes until Elder, which means that Stun Gaming has a lot of time to make a lot of choices here on the map. I think when the Elder is not spawned, the team that has the driver's seat is a lot more comfortable because they're not forced to make any decisions. And while Stun Gaming is 3k gold down, it seems like every fight they take is in their favor. I'm going to call back to what we've talked about with this execution. It just seems that Gamma's comp is a little too hard to execute here and wants to do a bunch of different things. So the cohesion is not quite there from a draft standpoint. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but, you know, the execution is so huge in these fights, too. Because, like, I feel like every single fight Gamma has taken so far, it's not been a straight 5v5 with the Tryndamere flanking, getting on top of this Vayne. They've been really disjointed, and it's been a lot of, like, actually 3v4s, 3v5s for a few seconds, and then it's a 5v5. But at that point, Gamma is just already broken at that point, and they just lose, and they have to retreat, and Victor and this Vayne just chase them down. So I would really like to see Gamma sort of set up their vision line a little bit better, get these flanks off, get these 5v5s off, and then maybe they can sort of get on this Vayne, maybe look for these teamfight wins and transition to that into a more stronger. And as I say that, you know, the hook lands onto the Trundle, a lot of damage coming out. It is going to be enough. Alon's does take that kill.
Yeah, that's a big pickup here. Gamma can look to pressure this Baron now because it's going to force Stun Gaming Mythos to end up having to make a play on the Nash. I want to see this Nash burn if I'm Dorado Gaming Gamma. You just have to NA burger flip it here, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do as Tryndamere is in the wings looking to make a play, but Stun Gaming might just have to give this one over. With Elder in a minute and 20 seconds coming away, this is actually going to be a huge pickup for Dorado Gaming Gamma as Stun Gaming is realizing just a little bit too late that this Nash is completely getting torn apart. We might see a steal attempt here from the Victor, but it does not go through.
Yeah, it doesn't go through as Hazem finds the Victor. Finally, Everfrost comes out. He is going to be stopped, but in the bottom side, Karma does go down. Set gets a huge dunk. It's not going to be enough, though, as he goes forward, and now Vayne is in the backline. She does have access here, gets stunned up by the Volibear. Are they going to be able to finish off this kill? They are, and it is going to be a 2-for-4 as Gamma loses their bot lane, but now they have their eyes on potentially just backing here, I suppose, because it is going to be 40 seconds for the Elders.
Yeah, huge fight from Dorado Gaming Gamma, doing exactly what they need to do to get back into the game. Send, you know, he landed the crucial hook there to get Trundle picked, and Gamma realized that their win cons, picked up the Baron, picked up shutdowns and kills across the board. Now with a 6k gold lead, running into the Elder fight, 20 seconds until a spawn, and you know, there's some hope for Dorado Gaming Gamma again. I want to point out in that fight the things that went so well, the combo onto the Trundle before he was able to tank up all the damage, as well as Hazem finding the Victor alone was a massive play. You know, look at the Vayne. She's got the Randuins, she's got the Condemn. It's really hard for Tryndamere to pick her off, but Victor is his prime target, and he was able to execute it perfectly in that fight. As Elder does now spawn, so the posturing does begin. Gamma has controlled the river as Stun Gaming is just now getting back on the map. I want to see them play for picks again with the Lux, with the Thresh. You know, they did it so well last time as Hazem is sitting in the wings, and it looks like that is exactly what they are going to do. Another hook lands onto Trundle, but nothing is going to happen. So both teams just sitting there. Oh, never mind. Here we go.
Kazuma might have found something though. Is a lot of auto attacks, a lot of damage landing onto this Victor. Gale Force comes out, picks up the kill, and this could be huge for Gamma. This does give him an in on this Elder. So I was going to say that I was afraid because I had seen this position before with Gamma, having so much vision on the dragon, not able to find any. But this time they are able to pick up this Victor, and they might be able to pick up this Elder Soul.
Here comes the Elder start. This is always very risky, but it looks like Stud Gaming is just going to give this away. Dorado Gaming Gamma from the jaws of defeat is looking to snatch victory here in Game 1, despite being, in my opinion, outdrafted. As the Elder is picked up, the Baron is still on them, and Dorado Gaming Gamma sitting now at about an 8,000 gold lead, if my math serves me correctly. Looks like it does, and yeah, if I'm Gamma, I want to just push with this buff as hard as I can. Take everything on the map, because once you go back to a neutral state, the team with the Mountain Soul, I believe, is favored here, as well as the higher scaling comp.
Yeah, agreed. And they do have about 1/4 of this Baron left on the Lux. If they can tear down this mid inner tower, they can tear down this mid inhibitor tower, they can strong arm themselves into a double inhibitor and maybe even set up more pressure for the next upcoming Baron to end the game. Or if they even find just a great fight, this could be game all in by itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, most players have a threshold for good fights to take when they're looking to siege, but when you have an Elder, that meter is a little bit cranked up into the go inside, because any fight that you take, you're going to be favored in with those executes, and you just want to put the pressure now while you still have it. Now we're seeing the fruits of Hazem's labor as he popped that top tower all the way back 17 minutes, and now they're going to be able to siege onto it. I think this is really good. Do not let off the pressure. Do not take your foot off the gas while you have the Elder buff.
Yeah, agreed. And it looks like they are going to look to strong arm themselves into here as the Victor goes down. And that is actually going to be enough to push Gamma off of this inhibitor. Even with this Elder Drake, they might not be able to find something, which is kind of shocking to me, I think. And, we do see a lot of poke going down, and it looks like Gamma is finally deciding to go back and strong arm this. Finally, inhibitor gets taken down for Gamma.
Yeah, still playing a little bit too safe for my taste. I think that Hazem could have sieged that while Gamma was looking to break the mid tower, the mid inhibitor. I think once you crack the base open like that, you just play for the next objective and end the game. However, top inhib being down with Baron Nashor coming up in about 2 minutes, Gamma's win condition is pretty clear at this point. Just keep scaling, look to play for objectives, and then close this one out nicely. Of course, in any game where a soul is claimed, the Elder is always the big variance, because if that thing gets stolen or a team gets a pick, we're looking at endgame scenarios here either way. So who do you favor right now at this 32-minute state of the game?
Honestly, Franco, I have to say that I do think that Stun Gaming still can come back from this very easily. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed again. I really thought they would do more with this Baron Elder Drake push that they had, and they're only able to basically pick up a consolation prize in the top inhibitor. That being said, we do have Baron coming up in a minute, and Gamma is still 8k gold up, and they still do have such a strong pick comp. So I would really like to see them set up vision around this Baron, and maybe find this Trono again, and then find the Baron again, and hopefully in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna agree with you there that the difference between good teams and great teams is the way they can utilize those endgame buffs, the Elder, the Baron. Those buffs are really nice to pick up and give you a driver's seat in the game, but if you don't utilize them correctly, they're not going to be able to blow up the Nexus. So Gamma here looking for a little bit of a death push, though. They are hiding in the fog of war.
Yeah, but I can't imagine the Stun Gaming does not know about this, as they were hovering towards the bottom side. They do know that their top side jungle no longer belongs to them. Just so much vision coming down. Has them maybe looking for something, not really going to be able to find much. Baron is coming up finally in 20 seconds. Gamma has complete vision control, and it looks like they don't even want to start it. They're just going for picks. They are sending the Trinity Caitlyn towards, but they're keeping the Lux close.
Yep, and it looks like Stun Gaming is calling the bluff. They say, okay, if you guys aren't going to start the buff, we're going to get mid-prio and siege, as Trundle just barely avoids that hook, which cost him the Baron earlier in the game here. Gamma actually has a decision to make. Do we let this mid lane get pushed? Do we wait for the dance of the super minions in the top side, or do we start the Baron buff? And it looks like they decide to go grab mid prio. I think me personally, I would have looked to go on to the Baron here, but
And
a
it
fight
might
might
be a
break out.
little bit of an engage. Hook does miss, unfortunately. Set is starting the back finally to answer these super minions in the top lane. And it looks like Gamma is just going to go back to the Baron.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about with the dance here, is that when you've got supers crashing on the top side and somebody has to respond, you need to force their hand, as they're doing right now here, a little bit late, but still better later than never as they're starting the Baron Nashor here, and I don't think Stun Gaming has a chance to respond to this. This one's just going to go down.
Yeah, it's just going to go down to Gamma uncontested. And now they have this Baron. Elder is up in a minute. If they can use this buff to pressure the other lanes and get this lane control, they can, they have a really, really strong chance of securing this Elder Soul and ending the game.
Yep, about 1 minute until that end game objective does pop up. The Gamma item containers are looking a lot more full now, as Trinimir is sitting on 4 items and a stopwatch, basically full build, late game build. The Caitlyn sitting on 4 items and a stopwatch. I think this fight will go the way of whoever has more stasises, it's seeming. And while I did like Stun Gaming's mid-game scaling with the Victor with the Vayne, it feels like champions like Set, Trundle, Karma just really useless at this stage in the game. They're really not bringing too much to the fights.
Yeah, and I think all eyes are basically going to be on this Lux, on this Caitlyn, on this Vayne, on this Victor. These very strong carries, if they can get their damage down on the right targets, if they can pressure each other in these team fights, I think it would go a long way in deciding who's going to be the victor here. As Thresh, is fishing for these hooks, not able to find much, but maybe Set has found somebody here, as he is going to be able to engage onto the volley bear, but he gets trapped. Actually, gets hooked, and it looks like he might be in a terrible spot. 4v1 has to flash out, and it looks like just going to be overall a trade of cooldowns.
Yeah, big fight for Dorado Gamma. They were able to blow the TP from the Victor. Set had to use the flash and is half HP as well. Does have good regen and Mountain Soul, so it's not always done. As Alon's might be in a position.
Alon's is actually taken out of position, has to flash out, and now Set's going forward, gets the pullback, not going to be enough. Double binding lands, however, no damage is able to get into that follow-up, as Set is now backing. He might be looking to TP back with a full HP bar, and if so, it could be bad for Gamma, as they are a little low, but they are not going to let that happen, as they do finally start this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, I don't like the honorable flip here. I really hate it. Gamma should just look right here.
Onto the Victor, gets trapped, has to go golden, and in the bottom side of the fight here, Hazem has found the Trundle, but on the top side, Volibear has also found the Set, has to go golden to survive. They pick up the Elder Soul. Gamma is wrecking this team fight. Hook lands onto the Vayne. Root lands, she gets taken down. That's a 3-for-0 so far, but Victor trades back. That's not going to be enough, as he does get taken down finally by the Caitlyn. Double kill. Lux is TPing into the base. I can't imagine this is not game.
Yeah, Hazem, huge play there, picking up Trundle and finishing the Elder buff. Nobody else was paying attention to it. Vayne would have just picked it up, and that fight would have been a wipe for Stun Gaming. But Hazem being the carry player that he is, secures a kill for the jungler and gets the Elder as well. And now you have to imagine Gamma is going to march to victory here as they pick up one more kill and the Nexus. Game 1 goes to Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yeah, they're just going to pad the stats just a little bit more. That's a great game coming out from Gamma.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely messy in the start there. I had my doubts at times, and I think the draft was a little bit shaky, but I think the name of the game is the name of the series is going to be player diff, and that last fight was 100% player diff right there.
Yeah, agreed. I think overall, that was just it was a really fun game. As we take a look at the stats here, no surprise here, Gamma just in the driver's seat past like 10-15 minutes the whole game. I don't really think that they had much of a chance to lose. Maybe they had a little bit of a chance once the gold got a little close and you looked like they were outscaling, but afterwards, they were just doing such a great job finding so many picks, leading to so many objectives.
Yeah, that was a little bit. I think the worry for me was giving over 4 dragons while you have the Caitlyn lane, and in any normal game scenario that doesn't happen, which means Gamma just dominates this even harder. But really love to see the tenacity that the boys had to come back, especially OG Kush doing the most damage in the game after being completely shut down early. That's a credit to the president right there. You can never really take him out. He's always going to be a factor. He's always going to be that late game insurance. So, so far this series is definitely delivering on the hype. You know, finals of Radiant Strike. Yeah, I thought it could have gone either way at certain times.
Yeah, and now we have Gamma up 1-0. How does Stun Gaming come back from this? Do you think they're going to change up their pick ban, phase any kind of different? And what do you think Gamma is going, or what do you think Gamma, should do in this scenario as well?
Yeah, so for in my mind, if I'm the losing team right now, I'm not panicking just yet because we do get to switch sides, and I think that a team that is basically giving up or hitting the panic button after one game is not one that's ready to survive a best of five. Maybe change up your priorities a little bit. The Tryndamere is obviously something that Gamma is willing to whip out and something that brought a huge carry threat, but if you're Stun Gaming and you're taking blue now, you have the threat of taking the Volibear B1. You can nab an early Tryndamere, change up your ban strategy a little bit. I know they banned Camille, Jinx, and Heck, which are good bans, but maybe we're willing to trade the Jinx and drop that for like a Tryndamere ban. For Gamma, I think just clean up the priorities a little bit as to what your team wants to do. If you're going to draft a Caitlyn lane, I think you should play around it. Generally, is some a concept I believe in, and get some early dragons. Um, but I trust that team and I know that team well enough to know that that is absolutely the topic of discussion right now after that game, that it's unacceptable to have given over the soul so early with a strong early game team. So, both teams going to have make some pretty major adjustments going into game two.
Yeah, agreed. And you heard it here first, folks, from Frankel himself. These are what the teams need to do to sort of come back into this game two. Speaking of game two, we are going to go on a short break, so don't touch that mouse. We will be back with the finals of RSE.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Game 2 of the Radiant Strike Finals here. Dorado Gaming Gamma versus Stun Gaming. And we are right into the draft. For reference, guys, Dorado Gaming is going to be the red team on this one, and Stun Gaming's on the blue side. Bans have already come out, and they look like they have adjusted. Stun Gaming dropping Camille, Tryndamere, and Volibear. So 2 of the 5 champions played last game just completely taken out here. What are your thoughts on this, Karina?
Yeah, and you look at the side of Gamma, and they basically banned the exact same things that Stun Gamma banned last time. The Hecarim, the Jinx, these very strong B1able champions. Speaking of B1, we see an Ezreal on the side of Stun Gaming, probably going to be answered very quickly by this Kaisa. Not a bad counter pick.
Yeah, not too familiar with the matchups myself, but for Ezreal B1, I think there's definitely a lot on the board that you can grab on the blue side. Ezreal maybe not something I see as a priority. One of the advantages of blue side is that you force your opponent to ban stuff like the Volibear because you get to take it, but Stun Gaming not confident that they're able to bring that out, so instead showing their AD very early and yeah, I just don't know if this is the draft strategy that's going to pay off here, as Kaisa is locked in, and we got about a few seconds here on Dorado's pick. I would imagine maybe a jungler comes out here. Yeah, there's the Trundle.
Yeah, so I think that the Ezreal, it's not necessarily a power pick, but it's a safe pick, right? It allows you to sort of draft any kind of comp you want because he's good at going in, he's good at getting out. I think that's overall just a strong AD carry right now. That being said, the Kaisa, while she's not necessarily a counter pick in lane, out of lane, she can find this Ezreal so easily if she's able to land that Void Seeker. So it allows her to just sort of pick this Ezreal off who's ever alone. She has to have the movement speed to keep up with him as well. And this Trundle, we saw it last game, it is just such a menace early on. And we see a Karma picked up by Stun Gaming. Ezreal Karma is known to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest bottom lane duo.
Oh, Ari locked in as well. Yeah, it looks like this team really loves their range, really loves their Karma. Showing their cards a little bit early though. If Gamma is a team worth their salt, they're going to adjust their draft here and be able to punish, 3 long-range squishies. Yeah, the Lux hover, there it is. I think the Lux pick, while being shut down early. Oh no, Victor actually switched. Basically those champs kind of do the same thing. I think Victor a little bit shorter range, but packs a bit more of a punch, and I know it's one of OG Kush's counter or comfort picks, so he's going to go and lock it in. The Trundle on R2, I am a little bit skeptical of, though, because I think a champ like Xin Zhao would go really crazy here for Dorado Gamma against 3 long-range champions. So when you show your jungler early like that, it is the price that you pay. And I think Trundle this game is going to find it difficult to have any sort of meaningful impact on these long-range champions that have good disengage.
Yeah, I think it's all going to be on this top lane matchup on where this Trundle is going to be pathing. The Victor being taken in favor instead of the Lux makes perfect sense to me. It's going to be really hard to sort of land bindings on this long-range Ezreal, this Ahri who has 3 dashes, and the Karma that can speed things up. So it does make sense that it was traded out for this Victor. This Victor is very strong in team fighting. If it can get on top of this Ahri or get on top of the Karma, it could just blow them up instantly, even the Ezreal, as we do see Orange Jax and Xin Zhao ban. And we're going to waiting for this 4th ban, but we do see a strong top laner and just a strong jungler.
Yep, and Hossam being targeted pretty hard here. 3 of the 4 bans, technically 4 of the 4 bans right now are targeted against him, with the Volibear being a flex pick. I think both teams realize who the potential carry is going to be, especially with an R5, so you definitely want to minimize the risk there as the Graves goes down as well. Yeah, so Hazem soaking up pretty much every ban in the Stun Gaming draft here. You have to imagine that R4 goes to the support, as Leona is, however, the infamous Dogs and Leona. Let's see if it's locked in.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of hope it does because I feel like she offers a lot here. She does have that early pressure against this Karma Ezreal. They are able to look for a level 2 trade. Their level 1 is just going to be weaker though, so if Stun Gaming is able to punish that, this Leona could bite them. However, it does give them a lot of needed CC and engage onto the side of Gamma, and it is locked in. We're going back over to Stun Gaming on their B4, B5, and I would really like to see a more of a beefy jungler because you don't have a lot of like beef going onto the side of Stun Gaming, so that could be an issue with this Kaisa and this Victor who can pump out so much damage. It
versus
will be a
Shen.
Shen.
You know, I was thinking about what some of the blind picks could be here. Shen, always a great blind pick top. You know, not a lot of hard losing matchups, but not. I don't think this is the kind of tank coverage you want to see, because Shen, while being a good Stonewall champion, is not a great engager. And right now, Stun Gaming is completely lacking in engage. So we're gonna need to see something like a Jarvan from the jungler, I think. Oh, there's the Viego instead. Viego, I think, decently conditional engaged, but still this draft seems a little bit weak if they want to be on the aggression, as Hossam instantly locks the Renekton in response.
Oh,
Wow.
that's a spicy pick
Okay.
right there. That is such a strong early game champion. Paired with this Trundle, they're just going to dominate this 2v2 top jungle. I can't imagine this Viego wants to match this at all. They're just going to like basically auto lose that like all the time. It's just such a strong pairing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Renekton, we all know what Renekton brings to the table early. He's just one of the strongest early game bruisers in the game. Um, but looking at the state of this draft, though, I think, you know, Renekton is going to struggle to get on top of the Ari, on top of the Ezreal, on top of the Karma. Um, I think, you know, when it comes down to these important games, you do just want to play what you think you're comfortable with. And like I said, Shen doesn't really hard lose any matchups, so maybe Gamma sees an angle that I don't. They do have a lot of engage. Basically, their whole team does go in. You got Kaisa flying in there with the Leona Renekton, so maybe they have enough lockdown to deal with Stun Gaming's poke comp. Um, but again, this is another one where I'm exiting the draft and I'm not quite sure who won out.
Yeah, I want to say again, it is probably slightly favored towards stunned gaming, and that's mostly just because the champions that you want to engage on with Gamma just have so much protection, right? They have this Karma, they have all these shields with Shen, and it's just going to be so hard to get on top of this Ari, on top of this Ezra when they have so many dashes. The only real target is going to be this Viego, which is not a bad target. He is going to be the jungler for stun gaming, so taking him down early on would mean leading to objectives. But what does Gamma have going for them? Well, they have this really, really strong early to mid game team that they have drafted. As we all know, this Renekton does fall off the late game, but in return, he's such a powerhouse in this early and mid game. If Gamma can get a snowball going early on and just dominate this early and mid game, it's going to be basically impossible for stun gaming to scale.
Yep, that is a good point. I mean, again, like we talked about last game, you know, if they get rolled over early enough, it is going to be pretty hard for them to come back. So maybe Gamma puts the pedal to the metal on this one and stomps out early. You heard it here from us, guys, but don't take our word for it. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be going on a short break here while we wait for the spectators' delay, but we'll be right back with Game 2 of the Radiant Strike Finals between Dorado Gaming Gamma and Stun Gaming.
Sing to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is on
cannot stand it. All I know the flow harder than a scotch bonnet. Don't try study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat, you'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious. Release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blown, leave that head missing. I'm a phenomenon. Stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn. And I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted. Can't copy, printed. Can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoken into existence, so consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap, and I be breaking this. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are now live into Game 2, Dorado Gaming Gamma versus Stunned Gaming in the Game 2 Radiant Strike Finals here. So both teams loading onto the Rift, and we are looking to get postured in here. I'm going to do a quick time check with my co-caster. 37 seconds, 38, 39, 40.
I'm linked up with our producer, so I'm good to go on that end.
Okay, I think... Yes, okay, finally linked up. Okay, sometimes that is a pain in the butt, but we got it. All right, so both teams just going with the standard 5-point here so far. Shen is looking to posture up just a little bit, and looks like Hazem is also sitting in here, maybe predicting a late invade like we had last game, but nope, both teams just going to play standard. Looking at the comps here, I think that... Well, actually, no, looking at the comps, I know Gamma is favored early. They're going to have Prio on the top side. Should have Prio in the bot side once they hit those level 2, level 3 spikes where the Leona can threaten. And looks like Trundle's going to be pathing up while Viego is pathing down. Kind of mirrors of what we had last lane. So, name of the game, I think, for both teams is if the Renekton can get enough of a substantial lead, or if Stun Gaming can escape this early game relatively unscathed. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. And, I saw this early ward come down from Stun Gaming, and I was hoping that they were going to do more with that lead that they had from that vision control, but they weren't able to do much. And it looks like they're not going to be able to pressure level 1 too hard onto this Kai'Sa Leona. As I say that, they do just eat a lot of poke like they are supposed to. That being said, this bot lane is kind of rough for Gamma. If they take too much poke early on this level 1 trade, it could lead to disaster, as they get poked out too early. They're not able to find this all in, and it could be really difficult because this Karma's Energy, they just have such a strong pushing power. That being said, Viego is coming down as well, so maybe that could even lead to them getting dove, or if they get poked out enough. And this Trundle is pathing topwards, of course, to help out this Renekton.
Yep, Renekton just complete lane bully and tanks it. While Shen does have the auto block to stop the empowered W, you can't always predict it, and that's the only thing he really has going for him. Renekton's just way too beefy, way too much sustain. So Shen is going to miss out on a lot of CS here, and if you've ever played Shen before, you know that his CSing early game is absolutely atrocious. So I really like this angle from Hazem, because if you set the Shen behind far enough and he ends up ulting bot on a bad play, he's just going to be down like so much money, and in the fights he's going to be completely irrelevant. So, it's a very clear angle from Gamma on how to win this game. They've also got their scaling insurance as well in the Kai'Sa and the Victor. As oh, here comes the early taunt. Actually, no, Hazem gonna take some damage as we're flipping between all three of the lanes. A lot of action going on. Leona is gonna go quite low from this. Are they gonna be able to look for the dive here? There's a massively stacked wave, but Kai'Sa does have a lot of health, and it looks like they are just gonna be able to regen. Bit scary, and like you mentioned, this poke looking to be a worthy adversary for the Kai'Sa Leona lane, which is stronger later, but early game is going to feel threatened by the Viego, who looks for the hover and decides against it. Interesting. I feel like they could have gone for the dive there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing for Gamma topside. We saw that huge wave crashing in for the Renekton, but it
Oh
looks
no,
like it might be a
here we
mid
go.
gank.
Viego is going to go ahead and repeat the sins of last game. He's going to look for the mid gank here. Ends up getting the stun, but not much else. Kush does not have to blow anything on the trade there. And, learning his lesson from game one, not extending too far up and not getting punished by the Trundle this time is Kush. Going to be able to push into that lane and feeling a lot better now that he's not dead at 3 minutes.
Yeah, both side lanes here. Oh, Karma flash
Oh,
forward.
the flash from the Karma. Okay, the root is going to come in from Zen as the Ignite drops down as well. Both teams are duking it out. Leona has to blow her flash as well. That is a 2-sum-for-1 trade right now as Renekton is going to trade into the top lane and bot lane getting aggressive early, knowing their windows for when they are strong. But, Gamma holding in on this lane as Karma moves in, forcing more poke. Ezreal and Karma. The Kai'Sa does have the flash. She beautifully dodges both of Ezreal's skills, but it's going to take... No, the flash comes in as well. Ezreal's going to be able to pick up the kill with relative ease. The first blood drops in. Stun Gaming just completely punishing the fact that Kai'Sa cannot respond to this poke early. That was rough.
Yeah, that was a great play coming out for the Ezreal. He knew that the Leona did not have the flash. He was not in range to get the root. So basically, all he had to do was just flash forward, land that arcade shift damage, and he was able to trade that kill. That being said, I'm a little disappointed in these two junglers right now. I feel like they're not offering enough early game pressure, and you know that these lanes, they're going to be winning the top side for Hazem, the bot side for Stun Gaming, and I want to see them pressure more as a little bit of trade goes into top lane.
Hazem going to be able to look for a kill here. Actually, can Trundle look to stop? No, I feel like he should have gone around and routed out the escape and let Trundle come in to stop, but Shen did have flash, so maybe it wasn't a complete look. That's the power of the early Renekton, though. You get to break through Shen's shield and, chase him down with the double E as bot lane. Again, looking for some more trades here. And I just want to remind the audience that Gamma did opt into this matchup, feeling like they were favored here with the Kai'Sa, with the Leona. Later it'll get better, I'm sure,
Wow.
but right now it looks completely rough as Alonso misses the cannon.
Yeah, Karma just smartly blocks that, uses the shield to just take away so much gold. And look at the lane. It's stuck on the side of Stun Gaming. There's no way for Gamma to really break this. They do just not have the mana. The only way to do that is they have the jungler come down, but it looks like he's not getting able to find much, and he's not even going to help them push in this lane. So it's still kind of stuck here. If Karma and Ezreal want to fight, they can. They could just aggressively freeze this, and it looks like they might be able to do so, and this is just looking like a disaster for the bottom lane of Gamma. However, that being said, we do have on the top and mid side a huge CS discrepancy for Gamma.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what we were opting into, right? I am surprised on the mid lane discrepancy. I didn't realize that was so hard winning for Kush, but we knew it was coming in on the top lane. Shen just going to be pushed in for his entire existence before he's able to pick up the bombies, before he's able to get things that help him CS quicker and better. It's going to be really hard to pick up a lot of these minions here. So good job on Hazem. Like we remember from last game, his bot lane was getting shut down a little hard early, his mid lane as well, but he was still able to eke out advantages in that top lane, which can sometimes feel like an island.
Yeah, and while we were talking about that, Gamma snuck the dragon on the bottom side while the Ezreal and the Karma did have the wave frozen, so a little bit of a smart play coming out from them. A charm lands mid lane, a little bit of damage traded back and forth, but as I was saying, that dragon stacking for Gamma is going to be huge, especially if you get a really strong soul, something like the Infernal Soul. When you have so much damage, so much assassin potential from this Kai'Sa, could be huge, and it could lead to her popping off.
Yep, when your bot lane is losing like that, sneaking an early dragon is actually huge because you delay the state of them picking up the soul. Because they're normally going to have to push, they're going to have the prio, they're going to be able to look for those objectives. So Gamma picking up that early Drake is going to be huge. The Ezreal ult does come out as he's going to go ahead and E inward. Kai'Sa really doesn't know what to do with her hands right now as she's just moving back and forth. The W does miss. Alon's doing all the work there. He's going to pick up the kill on the Ezreal. The Karma's going to look to trade it. She has hit 60 edge empowered Mantra Q, but she is just standing in the way of death as Kai'Sa able to survive, able to pick up an assist, pick up the gold, pick up the XP, and this lane might have just changed tempo with the way that play went. Ezreal getting a little too ballsy there.
Yeah, a little bit of a blunder coming out from the bottom lane of Stun Gaming, but looks like a little bit of trade at the top lane. Not going to amount to much,
Oh, here
unfortunately, as
comes
Zen goes in.
the Zenith Blade. As Zen goes in, he's going to go ahead and stun the Karma. Again, Kaisa not really able to do anything at this point. Karma just completely bullying her as the Ignite comes out, and the kill drops in. Gamma just really struggling here in this early lane as they get 2v1 by the Karma. Should have known it was coming. Comet, Ignite, and Mantra is just way more powerful than anything a Kaisa can hope to dish out early game here. So just getting a little too anxious. You know, they need to relax and wait for the power scaling.
Yeah, I think they underestimated the amount of damage that Karma can take and dish out early on. Her Mantra Q just does so much damage early on. However, that being said, Gamma smartly answers in the top side. Trundle is picking up this Rift Herald.
Yep, Rare Candy ever so proactive, but here comes the Viego. Finally, he decides this is the dive opportunity that I like. Kaisa does have the ultimate here. We're going to see how this ends up going as the shots keep getting tanked before the aggression has happened. Viego looking to go in as the teleport comes in. They're going to drop down. Zen drops down immediately as Viego picks up the body. He's got the R. Reset. Is he going to get the Heartbreaker? He does drop it down. He picks up Alon's in time, but the body's not going to drop because Hazam picks up a kill. It's a 3v1 right now. Is the Renekton favorite in this? He ease in. He Qs. He's going to flash out. The auto attack is going to trade as Shen drops down as well. That's going to be a 2 for 2. Both teams, no, 2 for 3, sorry. Both teams losing out some members, but I think overall it's favorite for Stun Gaming as Ari does have to drop the ultimate in the mid lane. My god, things are happening everywhere on the map right now. As this tower is 10 minutes into the game, it's about to completely drop.
Yeah, it looked so bad for Stun Gaming there at first because of the fact that they were sort of hesitating, not really getting the tower aggro on the right person at first. Unfortunately for them, though, Hazem came in with the TP, and then it looked good for Gamma, but then that turned right around as Shin was able to get the ultimate down. Overall, Gamma does lose that fight, which is obviously going to be bad for them because we know that they are the stronger early mid-game team. So losing these fights early on could spell disaster as they do not scale as well as the side of Stun Gaming, comp-wise at least.
Yeah, and you know, Kaisa going for the early man immune. You play a little bit more AD carry than I do, so tell me about this build. Is this the hybrid AP Kaisa build, the W evolve? What are we looking at here?
Yeah, this could very well be it as Manamune. Oh, as I say that.
Hold off on that 1 second because Hassam does get the empowered stun onto him as the Eternal Pillar drops down. Shen doesn't have the flash. He's not going to be able to get away. One more on-tech is going to do it, and Hassam does pick up the kill. Excellently done. And like I said, Gamma always able to fight tit for tat. When one side of the map goes wrong, they pick up advantages on the other side. So well done by Dorado Gaming Gammas. They're going to crash this wave and maybe look to drop the Herald.
Yeah, and
and here we go. We're not done yet. Oh, it looks like we are done yet. The camera did not want to watch what happened there as the Zenith Blade almost landed and took out Ari's life.
Yeah, Ari was able to flash away there, but you know, I think that's a great play coming up from the Trundle, finally showing the Renekton the love and care he deserves, able to take down this first tower, and now Renekton is going to start popping off. He's double the CS of this Shin right now. He's got the Gordrick complete, but to touch back onto that Kaisa build, the Manamune, when it is fully stacked, does give Kaisa the Q evolve, so it's actually pretty common for a lot of Kaisas to rush this, and you know that combined with the Naster's Tooth is going to give her the W evolve as well. So it's just going to be a lot of poke damage. I think it's a very strong build right now, and this is just going to be a pretty standard build overall as the bot lane tower does go down for Stun Gaming.
Yep, and despite, you know, all of the disaster that has happened for Gamma's bot lane, they are still even in gold because of the plays they've been making on the top side. As Zen is going to look for the Zolda Blade in. I don't know if that was the play, but he doesn't end up getting punished for it as the Kaisa W ends up tickling the Ezreal more than it does any damage. This Dragon going to be a bit of a contention point for the two teams here.
Yeah, this is just going to be a 5v5 fight for them. The Shin ultimate is not up just yet. It's a few seconds off. If Gamma is able to rush this down or find a pick before then, it's going to be very huge. And it looks like it's just going to be a trade.
Yeah, nicely well done here. Now the disengage is what's important. As Trundle gets charmed, he's going to go down immediately. The Ignite is going to drop in. Hassam gets thrown by the blast plant immediately into the Heartbreaker. Is going to drop as the body is picked up and Viego's stuck into the backline. As Ari's going to pick up the kill as well. And Ari's over the wall. She's got the resets. Is she going to be able to do enough? No, Kush is going to pick up the kill as Hassam is cutting back. He is in his empowered form, but it's not going to matter. Ezreal picking up the shutdown. That's huge on the already fed Ezreal as Gamma has to turn tail and run. The double E does not drop because Karma is going to drop the Mantra E and keep everybody alive overall. That is quite a messy fight, but Dorado Gaming Gamma does pick up the dragon.
Yeah, and it is exactly like I said. It is the Infernal Soul coming onto the Rift. This is going to be huge for Gamma if they're able to pick this up. This sort of scaling that the Stun Gaming side does have might not matter as much because that extra little bit of damage is going to push them into sort of these kill thresholds that weren't previously available from before. And overall, that was a 1 for 2 coming out for Gamma. So they did good, a little bit on the back foot. However, like you said, they picked with the dragon. Now we are 14 minutes into the game. A lot has happened. 1.5K Goldie going over to Stun Gaming. I think that Gamma right now, they really need to get an item and an evolve onto this Kaisa if they really want to get any sort of success in these team fights. I feel like right now she's just too weak. This Victor is building towards a Ludens that's going to be very big for him once that comes up. An interesting build path actually coming out from the Viego. We do see a Kraken Slayer on him.
Yeah, there are 3 pseudo tanks on the side of Gamma, so I don't hate it. But the issue with the Kraken Slayer build, while it does feel better to go crit on Viego, you're just way too squishy. You don't get to survive in those fights long enough to pick up the bodies. Which, if you're playing Viego, that's what your purpose is. It's not to do a lot of damage on every third auto. It's to pick up bodies and reset with the Heartbreakers so that you can be a nuisance to the enemy team. So this Kraken Slayer build, if I'm Gamma, I'm really confident seeing this come in as Azam is pushing it onto the tier 2 here. Gamma has the members stacked in. Can they press for this? It's a lot of money here, but looks like they're going to turn their eyes towards mid instead as Karma roams up to come help her Shen.
Yeah, I think that Gamma has just decided to sort of get priority into the top side of Stun Gaming. And the reason for that is because we do have the Rift Herald coming up in 20 seconds. If they're able to pick up this second Rift Herald, while it's not as impactful or gold valuable as the first Herald is, if it can crack this mid tower, it does open up the jungle of Stun Gaming and it does put them on the back foot. It makes them slower on the rotations. It gives so much vision control going over to Gamma if they play it correctly. And with such a strong early to mid game comp and so much pick potential, it could lead to them snowballing exactly how they want it to happen.
Yep, and the Herald is started up here just like you mentioned. I don't think Stun Gaming Mythos is in any position to contest it here. It is just going to go to Gamma. Gotta give credit to Rare Candy and the team here. They've cleaned up a lot on their objective prior and their objective presence in this game compared to last one.
Yeah, I think their Rick Kearney's doing such a great job. Before we saw the 4-0 Dragon going over to Stun Gaming, and it looks like we might even get the reverse for Gamma. Picking up these dragons is going to be so huge, especially with this Infernal Soul and this Infernal Rift. That being said,
Awesome.
I think Hazem might be in a little bit of trouble. Blue team is converging.
Completely overextended here. I don't know what he's thinking is going to happen on the tier 2, but he does get away with playing like an absolute maniac, and he's going to come right back in. I have to question this macro a little bit. I mean, it's definitely good to make plays when you're drawing pressure for your team, but his team is currently pushed under their tier 1 and resetting right now. So Hazem, realizing that he is not long for this world, is going to go ahead and get out of there. Reset with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think that looks really scary at first, but if you take a look on the top side of the jungle for Gamma, they have 2 pink wards that can see most of the entrances that the Stun Gaming team is going to take onto this Renekton, and I think pulling people away from this Dragon when it's a minute up is going to be really, really beneficial because it does not give time to Stun Gaming that they need to set up their vision control line and to sort of play out these team fights that they want to, kiting back. And so if Gamma is able to sort of suffocate Stun Gaming of this vision, they could find a huge engage with this Leona, with this Kaisa, and possibly pick someone off early, and it would lead to a third dragon and put them on soul point.
Yep, that would be really huge, and we've got 30 seconds until the fight, so what you've prophesized may just indeed come true here, and, the Kaisa is definitely very far behind in terms of power scaling, down a level in the Ezreal, down some items as well, but we do make up for that with the fact that the Renekton is very strong. Kush, however, does not have his mythic for this fight, and the Ahri does. I think this is going to be a bit problematic here. Like, Gamma might just look to give this one over to pick up the topside tier 2 here for Hazem. It looks like Shen used his taunt already, so actually Hazem might look to go in. He does. As engage happens in mid, the charm is going to land as well. Kush immediately falls. He doesn't have any sort of damage without the mythic. No, but then Viego as well flashes away. He's on 1 HP. The Heartbreaker is going to go ahead and drop down as Hazem is pushing in on the top side. Everything is happening on the map right now. It's really hard to track it, but Viego 1 HP with that Kraken Slayer build, just not very tanky as Kush does fall, but I don't know if Stun Gaming's going to be able to pick up the dragon here because the Herald is going to crash. Yep. Oh, no. Shen actually catches the eye mid-flight. Well done. But Gamma actually starting up this dragon right now. Picking it up after losing a member. I mean, I don't know if you put the blame on Sun Gaming's terrible macro or you give credit to Gamma for knowing their windows here, but they are picking up a dragon for free.
Yeah, I was too focused on the top side there. I didn't even realize that Stun Gaming. I can't imagine this not be a blunder for them because the Renekton was stuck topside. You did have the Shin ultimate. You were up 4-3. I don't see why they would have given that up. Besides, maybe they were just scared of the Leona, maybe getting a good engage, getting someone popped. But I think that fight that you saw the power of Stun Gaming's composition. They were just able to get on top of this Victor so quickly, so many dashes and land the charm. They were able to take him down. And when it looked like the Viego was close to death, the Karma Shield saved his life. So you can see how slippery these champions are, how they're able to get away with just a slither of health. That being said, we're almost 20 minutes into the game and a lot has happened. We have Gamma up 3 dragons. A 4th one coming soon would mean soul for them. And we do see Hazem just wrecking havoc in this solo lane, able to take down an inner turret, and it is now working on this bottom side turret.
Yep, he's just pressuring the Shen very well. Not afraid of the taunt under tower, which a lot of teams would be. But he's got just completely one combo cycle. It's going to drop Shen to below half HP, and that's the power of Black Cleaver Renekton. And Hazem again. A lot of guys would be afraid to taunt under that tower, but Hazem's not afraid. I'll take 2 tower shots for your entire HP bar, and that's going to let him draw all this pressure while mid lane it looks like Kaisa is in a bit of trouble and just going to completely get annihilated. Alonz is having a bit of a warm-up game right now, as we like to call it. He's learning.
Yeah, I don't know what Alonz was doing there. He just stepped so far up into the Karma, and it looks like Hazem.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to happen, and just like that, the Black Cleaver investment pays off. Hazem knowing his timers, knowing his cooldowns, picking up advantages on the side lane. This is what we're seeing in the series so far, is that every time his team has a blunder in one side of the map, he has an opposite play that brings him right back into the game.
Yeah, Hazem is just putting this team on his back right now. 2 games in a row, you've just seen
TP flank.
Huge top.
We got a TP flank. Here we go. All right, this is going to be the fight, but it's going to be over before it begins. Zen immediately falls down. Renekton is on the flank. The flash is going to drop as well. Does Hazem have any targets? He's going to flash to match the Ezreal. Ezreal is 1 HP. Is he going to fall? Is he going to be able to pick up the shutdown? The E does drop. Does Kaisa have the W? Ezreal is healing so much damage. And the Channel, it's complete disaster. Oh, no, and... yeah, there goes the Renekton. He's gonna... no, he gets the huge Gore Trigger, and they're gonna trade. The Ahri goes down as well as Trundle is gonna get hunted down, and the Ignite is ticking, but it is tick, tick, tick. Not enough as Kaisa lives with 1 HP. The Pillar Flash does get Rare Candy out to safety, but a disaster on the fight as they're not quite able to finish the Ezreal off. Just Kaisa not contributing enough to this fight right now.
Yeah, I believe overall that was a 2-3 in favor of Stunned Gaming. That was just such a beautiful charm coming up from the Ahri. It looked like Kaisa was going to be able to clean up that fight, but she instantly just gets CC chained, gets taken so low, has to get out of there, and then Hazem not able to finish that kill off of Ezreal was just a huge disaster. What looked like a pretty good engage coming out from Gamma just ends in disaster. That being said, they did lose that inner tower as well. They could be looking for the Shen.
Oh, there comes the Solar Flare. It's going to drop in. The Zenith Blade does not match as well because Shen is going to go ahead and taunt out Dragon in a minute 40, so that cooldown being blown does not quite matter in the end. And just like last game, we're looking at item spikes right now. Even the Kaisa, who's been behind all game, is on 2 items. The Manamune is going to be done in time for the Dragon fight. Not too familiar with the Kaisa build. Does the Manamune transfer and the Ludens give her QW evolve at that point?
Yeah, so the Manamune does give her the Q evolve by itself. The Ludens, however, is not going to be enough. She does need a little more AP.
Here we got a table as the charm comes in, and Rick Kenny is sitting on 1 HP. The Ezreal ult is going to take it out. Ezreal being the MVP of this so far as Kush trying to get the finish off. Hazem realizing why the Renekton is easily kiteable right now, not going to be able to finish off the kill. We got a minute until Dragon, so that kill can be inconsequential as Ahri did have to blow the ultimate as well. But 1 cycle from the Ezreal just completely destroying this Victor, and that B1 is paying off as a taunt. Alon's Zend, what are you doing there, my friend? You just completely caught out as the flash from the Viego does not land the Zenith Blade as well, and they're going to go ahead and move back to the Dragon as the ultimate gets dropped down. He is still pretty squishy, and they can look for this angle here. Hazem, no ultimate, but he does see the angle on the Ezreal. He's going to be able to drop the W as well, the full combo, and he gets half HP onto the Ezreal. He's going to E out to safety, and Gamma might look to flip this because if they do get the soul, you have to imagine they're going to end up winning the game here.
Yeah, I think it's actually one of those moments where it's completely understandable to want to flip this because if Stun Gaming does stall out this soul 5 minutes longer. It's going to be disaster for Gamma. They're going to get outscaled, outpaced by this team comp. You've seen this power so many times again on Stun Gaming. How Ari's just able to get in, find a kill, get back out. The shields go down on her. She's just impossible to kill. This Ezreal's impossible to catch as well. It's just so much healing and shielding coming out from the side of Stun that it's just so hard for Gamma to fight. But now we have a final 5v5 fight for this dragon.
Oh, there comes the solar flare. It's not going to amount to much, though. Zen needs to back off on his signature champion. And Ari's just going to go ahead and flash into the fight with a complete madman as Hazem doesn't even get the chance to resurrect. He's going to back away. The Gore Drinker healing is enough to get him out of the fight, but Gamma is getting completely routed as Hazem looking to turn back in. The dragon has been stolen by Rarecat. He does pick it up as the enemy team is going to completely wipe Dorado Gaming Gamma, but the steal, that's the Infernal Soul going over to Dorado Gaming Gamma. They did trade their lives and the Nasher for it, though.
Wow, that was just so big on both sides there. This Ari just has OG Kush's number. He finds the charm again onto him. They blow him up, and then after that, it's just a one team fight for Stun Gaming, and it looked so bad. But Rare Candy with the hero play finds the smite onto the soul, and now they are still in this game. That being said, they have picked up this Baron now, and it is going to be looking quite scary for Gamma. However, they do have a lot of damage. They do have an out in terms of team fighting. It's just going to be on how well they're able to pick up these picks and how well they're able to play these team fights from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Infernal Soul always powerful no matter what team comp you're playing, but the Kai'Sa with the poke is going to hurt just that much more now as she's starting to come online, going to get her boots soon, I imagine. The issue for me, though, is that Stun Gaming Mythos is about 5,000 gold up right now in this game, and you know, they're the comp that doesn't have to do anything. They can just poke out with the Ezreal, with the Ahri, with the Karma. They have a lot of safety with the Shen, so Gamma might not have windows to drop consistent DPS and take advantage of this Infernal Soul. If they find a lucky fight and they claw their way back into this game, I think I'm favoring them, but for right now, I think Stun Gaming Mythos is still in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, agreed. And I think this Renekton is already starting to fall off in terms of how much he can do, as, you know, even his full combo only takes the Ezreal to half HP most of the time. I think this game is now going to be reliant on how well Alonz is able to land these Void Seekers, these evolved Ws. If he's able to poke out this Ezreal, able to poke out this Ahri, and then they find an engage, it could be quite huge, especially considering that they do have the Infernal Soul, and you can see how much damage that is just put down to this Ezreal, half HP just from one Void Seeker.
Absolute bomb. Yeah, Alonz is sitting on the items that make this build pretty strong. Just missing, I think it's the Void Staff next, but for right now, the build is strong enough to be able to shoot these nukes out as they are coming in one by one. That one does whiff. Pretty important. The cooldown is much more increased if you don't hit an enemy champion with it.
Yeah, agreed. And so, you know, they are sieging this turret, and I like that it's not just a one
Oh my
or a
god.
one turret for everyone. You know, they are attacking all sides here, but this Kai'Sa is just landing so many Void Seekers on such key targets. You know, Ezreal's taking so much damage. Ahri's not able to find this charm, and I think overall this Baron might be wasted if they're able to just land more of these Void Seekers.
Yeah, Mythos is just putting all their chips into being able to take this one out. As the Ezreal ult does hit two people, they might look to engage here as soon as this tower falls out. Zend already about 1 HP here on the fight, does have the Aftershock, but it's not going to help him much as he has to run back to the base. And Stun Gaming looked to crack open this inhibitor as another Seeker just aimbots its target, and they're coming out about one by one. You know, if Alonz can start hitting these consistently, the Solar Blade comes out, Solar Moon into the Zenith Blade comes in, Ahri 1 HP, is she gonna be able to fall? No, the Shen ult comes in, unfortunate. That Shen pick looking to pay dividends right now as the Void Seeker just barely misses onto the fight as well, and the fight is going to be completely disengaged. So close on the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yeah, I think Gamma is going to be overall, you know, a little bit sad that they weren't able to find the kill on Ahri, but happy that their base is not entirely gone. Stun Gaming were not able to find an inhibitor, and I think that's going to be huge since their Baron is now completely gone. Elder's Dragon is coming up in 2 minutes, and they don't have the pressure that that downed inhibitor would have given them. So that means that they are going to have to play another team fight where they're sort of on even ground outside of their gold lead. And if Gamma is able to get this vision control into the bottom side of the river, these Void Seekers coming out of Fog of War are going to be almost impossible to dodge, and Alonso is just going to get so much damage, and it could lead to a comeback team fight for Gamma.
Yep, that is the angle that they're looking for here. Their window is very slim, but this is kind of the exact mirror situation that we saw last game. The losing team does have the soul, and yet you're just sitting there wondering if it's going to be enough. As Hazem looking for a bit of a desperation angle, but he is sitting on a ward, so this play not going to pay off.
Yeah, and we see the Shin in the top side doesn't have the group because he does have that stand united. But it looks like the teams have shown up finally, and they look like they are trying to get this dragon. You do have a minute and a half left, so this Renekton. Oh, looks like they're going in.
There comes the solar flare as they drop in. Ori does get caught! She does get caught! The stun drops in! Hazem picking up another crucial pick there with the W. They are going to be able to stop the Ori. This is going to take a lot of pressure off, and Elder is still a minute out, but a lot of this is stopped as the Void Seeker does just barely miss. The team is now starting to reset to come match the Shen, whose objective taking, as you can see, in real time is going to take about 18 years to take this inhibitor, so not going to be enough time before Hazem comes in to punish this, but Stun Gaming on the front foot. They're going to move into the mid lane to be able to punish this other inhibitor as the Void Seeker does land, and that's half HP. The Zenith Blade doesn't hit, though, and Solar Flare is not available quite yet for Leona. However, the Siege does some. My God,
So much damage.
Popped, and another W just... Ooh, just not enough range, but... Yeah, you're starting to see the power of this this Kaisa build. It's buying Gamma a lot of space in these fights, a lot of space in these sieges right now.
Yeah, that last fight was absolutely insane. The Ari looked like she had the number for the victor again, but she was sitting on a ward, and Gamma was able to sort of like reverse Uno card her and say, no, now you die. And the Shin'El was not able to come down fast enough in order to save her life like it had been before. We do see the TP coming out from Shin on the top side, but Victor is also TPing to this dragon. It looks like they are just going to have to fight this 4v4.
Yep, absolutely. If I'm Hazem, I'm going to press the gas pedal right now because I need to buy my team time that they don't have. Ari can go in at any moment. Wow. Another Void Seeker hits. Wow, okay. Alonz just has to be really careful of the Viego there. If he gets engaged on, he's going to die. Ari looking to go in. She knows her moment is right now. The TP immediately drops as the Solar Flare drops in. The Zenith Blade as well. Going to go into the backline. Some time has been bought as Hazem is taunted, but he's completely strong as the Kaisa flies into the backline. Is it going to be enough damage, though? The Viego does get shut down as well. 1 HP on the Shen, who's going to fall. I don't know who's winning this fight right now. I can't tell. A lot of carries are still alive on both sides as the Ezreal still full HP. It looks like this is a win for Stun Mythos, but no. Hazem into the backline. He's going to pick up the Karma as well. Everything is going crazy. You don't really know who is winning this. Hazem fighting for his life, putting the team on his back. He must pick up another kill. He's gonna go down. Oh my God, it's a 1v1 right now. OG Kush versus Ezreal 8-1. Who wins? Is it Mr. President or is it gonna be the Explorer? We shall see as Ezreal holding that E. He's gonna drop in. Kush drops the Zanyas. Is this going to be enough? Oh, one more Q should cycle it, but he's not going to be able to hit it max range. This is so tense, and OG Kush does fall to the Ezreal. Oh my God, what a crazy back and forth fight. What more can you ask for in the Radiant Strike Finals?
Dude, Gamma just delivers, and so does Stun Gaming. Those fights were so close, inches on both sides. They were just so close to winning this team fight. You can see these players mechanically stressed to their limits, having to dodge every single ability. It looked so good, I think, for Stun Gaming at first, as they were able to find this Leona early on, but the counter engage coming out from Gamma, they were able to get the Renekton on top of the carries, and he just destroyed. Hasn't carried that team fight for so long. Unfortunately, Bergeron, just a little bit better, able to pick off both of those kills, and now it looks like they are fighting for this Elder.
Yeah, the Elder is going down really fast. Oh my God, another Void Seeker is going to drop in. Does Candy have the magic that he had last game? No, the Elder is picked up. You have to imagine this is going to be the end game for Dorado Gaming Gamma. They don't have enough damage. They're not set up on the fight. Bergeron is legendary. Story of the game as the Zenith Blade drops in. Nothing to be had from it. The Void Seekers are coming in. They are doing a lot of damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And yeah, that one misses, so we don't have the infinite missiles dropping in right now as... so close, but just Gamma was not able to get set up onto that Elder quick enough as more Void Seekers, but these need to hit their target right now more than ever. It's crucial that that they stop this siege because the Eldered up team is definitely advantaged here, and Ezreal is pretty much full build at this point in the game.
It's do or die time, Franco. As you know, these Void Seekers they matter so much. These Victor Lasers matter so much. If they're able to stun the bleeding and able to wait until the whole team comes back up without losing too much of their base, they could still be in this game. That being said, Stun Gaming did pick up two inhibitors, and it looks like they're going to use this Elder buff that they have in order to strong arm themselves for Baron. I can't imagine that Gamma would be fighting for this. However, maybe they have enough confidence with this Infernal Soul that they think that they can win this without him.
Yeah, I think they realize it's do or die here as the Ari is sitting on no vision, and she's going to be able to pick up Hosm just immediately. The Solar Flare not enough to dissuade them, and they're just going to look to finish the game here as Viego ults in. He is about 1 HP if he's able to be hit by some abilities, but nope, that's not going to matter. They're just going to clean up the fight here, and Kaisa doing her damnedest, but actually a lot of damage here in the back line, and Kaisa does get to live for now as the OG Kush is still alive here, but these Void Seekers just going wide is really, really, really bad for Gamma. They're not going to be able to stop the siege, and Stun Gaming, actually, if they can't end on this push, they didn't grab the Nash, so they might have to reset here. They do have low health bars, and I think if you're Gamma, you're really happy with this situation because really not much room for you to play the game right now.
Yeah, it looked like Stun Gaming might have had an angle to end there, but just so much poke coming out from this Kai'Sa, coming out from this Victor that, it's so risky to want to like flip this and then potentially give Baron over to Gamma and give him an out for this game. That being said, Stun Gaming is finally going to peel off, take up this Baron finally, and now Gamma's on the back foot here, right? They have two inhibitors down, they have a Baron up, Stun Gaming coming in hot off of this recall very, very soon, and there is no objective up that can, maybe lure Stun Gaming into a fair 5v5. They're going to have to fight at this bottom lane tower when you have two lanes of super minions coming in. It's just going to be so much pressure. It's going to be so hard for Gamma to defend this that it really is all on Alon's shoulders right now. How many Void Seekers can he hit? How many lasers can OG Kush hit in order to stem this bleeding?
Yep, double poke right now, and Alon's does have the Horizon focus for even more damage, as Stun Gaming just gonna look to end through bot lane. So, Gamma does need a bit of a miracle play here. We did see it in the last game with Hazem, but they realize he's over the wall here. The Voice Seeker is coming in, and Hazem just the luck had to run out eventually, and he's gonna go ahead and drop for game 2 right now. And you have to imagine that things are gonna get a little bit desperate from this point on.
Yeah, and I think Stun Gaming realizes that without Hasm, it's going to be really hard, but it's going to be really hard for Gamma to sort of defend this base. They don't have this beefy front line anymore. They just have the Trundle, who's not quite as tanky or able to health drain as much as they can, and they're just going to walk up mid lane with all these Baron minions.
Yeah, here we go. This is the last fight of the game as the stun drop down onto the Viego, instantly picks up the kill. Ezreal has been legendary for the last 20 minutes or so. Viego ults into the backline, stopwatches as well. They're just flexing their wallets at this point, and Stun Gaming going to be able to pick up game 2 in the Radiant Strike Finals versus Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth that game. It looked so good, I think, for Gamma early on, but
Yeah, there were definitely moments there where we thought Gamma was going to be favored, but after some intense back and forth, I think the B1 Ezreal that I was kind of clowning on a little bit, it ended up paying off quite a lot. So, if we're going into the next game, I do want to see some adjustments there from the side of Gamma. Maybe have a better pick into it. I don't necessarily think you have to ban it. Just picking the Kaisa into it and completely seeding your lane, it just does not feel like the move.
yeah, that Karma paired up with the Ezreal is it's such a strong lane, right? It's got the strongest level one in the game. It's got one of the strongest pre-6 level game or pre-6 and it's just so hard for this Kai'Sa to deal with it, and especially what we saw there when the Leona's not able to get on top of this Ezreal, not able to get on top of the Karma, and with this Ari, it's just such a like almost like a comp diff, right? How do you play into like these mobile carries that have this huge shield, and then if that's not enough, you have a Shen on top of it. So I would really like to see Gamma come back into this game 3 with more of a plan on how to deal with this. Maybe even banning away maybe this Ari, maybe even the Karma that Stun Gaming has sort of taking every game so far this series. That being said, I am just excited to see what happens in game 3.
Yep, we're gonna jump to a quick break, and when we're back, we're gonna see how Dorado Gaming Gamma is able to adapt going on to Game 3 of the Radiant Strike Finals.
This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 of the Radiant Strike Esports Finals. We do have Dorado Gaming Gamma versus Stun Gaming Mythos, and both teams have traded 1-for-1. We're just coming off of a win by Stun Gaming Mythos. They were able to bring it back 1-1, so we do have a bit of a series on our hands, and immediately on blue side, we do have Gamma. Red side, we do have Stun Gaming Mythos, and Gamma has banned away this Vex, and it is answered by the Camille.
Yep, back to the 1-1 scoreline. It is now just a whoever can win the next two is going to take the whole series as these bans are coming down underway. The Ornn, the Tryndamere from last game. I'm going to imagine that Stun is going to stick with the bans that they had last time since it worked so well for them. Let's see how this works. I think the champions to watch are going to be things like the Volibear, things like the Hecarim, as right now Stun can only afford to ban one of them as the Ahri is going to drop down. And let's see what Stun Gaming responds with, because either Heck or Volley is getting through this draft to Gamma.
Yeah, and I think that Ahri is just such a huge ban for Gamma. It just wreaked so much havoc last game. It was able to give him so many outs, so many dashes, so many ways to find picks and engage, and the Hecarim is going to be the final ban.
Yep, the Hecarim, I think that's the smart one. You know, if you did your scouting on Gamma at all, you know that Hecarim is their bread and butter. Canny is one of his stronger champions, but you know the Volibear is sitting up there, and I have to imagine that they're eyeing it if they don't think Ezreal is a better pickup here.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way, but it looks like it is going to be the Volibear. I think this is going to be a great pick for Gamma. We saw how much damage it could do, and so I think it's just a really strong pick as well. You know, it's so flexible, and it looks like Stun Gaming doesn't even miss a beat, instantly locking in this Ezreal Karma that wrecked so much havoc in the bot lane last game.
All right, and this is what I'm talking about. I mean, it's, you know, you don't have to be afraid of a champion just because it beats you in a certain game. A lot of that came from the early game posturing that, you know, Gamma wasn't able to do because they got poked out so hard. They respond with the Jinx Lulu. I really like this. If Gamma is able to crack the code on this Ezreal Karma lane and they go up 2-1 in the series, then they're going to have Stun Gaming panicking a little bit. So, you know, Alon's definitely on a more comfortable champion this time around with Zen, so hopefully they're going to have a better performance. And Victor, yeah, you have to imagine that gets locked in R3.
Yeah, I think the Jinx Lulu is a very it's a very okay lane matchup into this Ezreal Karma. It scales extremely well, which is what I really like about it, because we saw how long these games go on so far. And this Jinx Lulu, they do have, you know, sort of a minor sort of losing lane versus this Ezreal Karma, because the Ezreal Karma is just so much stronger early on. That being said, if they are able to keep this push up and they are able to stay away from under the tower, they're going to be completely fine, as we do see Jax and Jarvan bans coming out.
Yeah, I'm gonna predict that the Graves is the final ban here because you just want to take away Hazem's blind picks. Once that's gone, I'm gonna struggle to think what he can lock in here. Blind on the blue side, that's gonna look strong for the team. You know, he might default to something like the Scion that he loves so much, but it's gonna be the Lux. Okay, so one of Hazem's more signature champions in the Graves is still up. Don't know if he likes the angle here, but it is definitely something to watch as the Shen being banned away. Very smart ban here. That Shen saved a lot of butts in that last game, and you know, game could have gone a lot differently if some of those shutdowns were picked up.
Yeah, that Shin was so detrimental to Gamma's plan of just bursting a target down, so I wouldn't be surprised if that finally gets locked in. We're finally going to get the R4, however, from Stun Gaming. They do need a top laner, they do need a jungler. What do you think we're going to see?
I think we're going to see a jungler here, and I do think we're going to see the Trundle or the Xin Zhao. Both really good looks here, in my opinion. If you think the enemy top laner is going to play Graves, Xin Zhao is even all the better. Gamma is pretty susceptible to being kited right now, so things like the Trundle, things like the Xin, that can offer some peel. Actually, the Udyr, okay. Subscribed to the Church of Coffee, Udyr on R4. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot, honestly. You know, this Ezreal Karma Victor, they just want to get their damage in and hover on the sides. It's Udyr's job to be the nuisance in the front. So, Stun Gaming, very strong draft here so far.
Yeah, and you know, funny enough, we have not seen this Udyr all series. It has had zero presence in pick and ban, has not been banned, has not been picked, and it is finally getting taken out R4 Game 3, and we see the Syndra lock in for Gamma.
Okay, Syndra, yep, Kush, really strong on the Syndra, does like it into the Victor. I've seen this matchup go pretty horribly for Victor before. Not in these two players in particular, but I know that if Syndra gets snowballing, it's very hard for the Victor to survive. So I'm gonna be interested to see what Haslem does lock in. He's hovering the Gragas. You know, I do like this a lot though. It adds a lot of disruption. It adds a lot of gap close. No, going for the Wukong instead. Okay. Also a good pickup. It's one that Hassem's very comfortable on, but blind Wukong can be pretty heavily punished if the top laner is good enough. You can look to pick up something like the Kled. You can look to pick up something like a tank that's going to just soak in the damage. I know Tom Kench is brutal. Yeah, Nasus. That's
Wow.
not a very conventional comp pick, but a pretty strong pick into the Wukong. No way. Okay, well hold on. Yeah, it's gonna be the
Okay.
Malphite. Okay. This matchup I haven't played this in a while. It's borderline unplayable for Wukong. It just feels so bad. Like you can't break through his armor and he just completely shreds you because Wukong is actually pretty squishy against MR targets early on. And but you know, Hazem knew that what he was getting into against this guy, he was gonna have to blind pick his champion and pick the Wukong more to deal with the back line than to worry about the front line. So it's a gamble, but I'll be interested to see if it pays off.
Yeah, and looking at both teams, it's pretty obvious that both teams are going for this 5v5 team fight compositions. They want to front to back. They want to just dish out damage to each other, huge team fight plays. It doesn't look like any team necessarily has an extremely strong bit pusher outside of maybe the Udyr, but you don't want your jungler running away from you when you're trying to take objectives. So I think overall, I think both teams are pretty balanced in terms of comp. I can't really see a clear winner to either side. What do you think about that?
I do favor Stun Gaming's draft here. I gotta say, they have really strong engage options with the Malphite Udyr. Very tanky as well. I mean, Malphite Udyr, Wukong is gonna tickle that. So if he doesn't get an opportunity to flank, get onto the backline, he's just gonna be useless this game. As well as the amount of kiting potential that Stun Gaming has against the initial engages of the Wukong, of the Volibear. You're gonna find yourself as a Jinx pretty homeless in the backline against an Udyr and a Malphite just completely smashing down on top of you. So I do favor Sun Gaming's draft. I think that so far in this series they've had the better drafts, but we have seen Gamma just play better, make player diff. So hoping for another player diff game, and we'll have to see how this plays out because once again this is a very hard scaling comp from Stun Gaming.
Yeah, one thing I would like to point out too is how volatile this mid lane matchup can be. Both sides of Gamma and Stun Gaming, they have these two really strong mid laners. Early on, you're probably not going to see too much action, but past level 3 and once you get to these level 6, they're going to be sort of aggressively trading with one another because their range is so perfectly almost like together that looking for kills is not going to be out of the question. So I can imagine that the junglers would pay attention to this lane. If the Syndra gets ahead, Victor's not going to have a good time. He's not going to be able to really stand up, and he's just going to be farmed for kills. But if the Victor gets ahead, he's going to just be able to auto shove this lane and make plays otherwhere else on the map. So I'm really excited to see this mid lane matchup, especially with how well these two mid laners have played so far this series.
Yep, absolutely, and that's a lot of the series has been can it be top diff? Can it be top diff? But like you said, I think it's gonna be down to can there be an absolute massive mid diff in this game. So mid lane definitely the lane to watch here in game 3. But you heard it from us. Stick around to see how it plays out, guys. Game 3 Radiant Strike Finals is going to begin shortly, but for now we're going to take a short break.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the RSE finals. We have Dorado Gaming Gamma versus Stun Gaming Mythos in Game 3. I am Alex Rena, joined by my co-caster, Ferenko. And just a quick shout out to the anonymous donator who donated 20 subs to the Dorado Gaming community. Huge thanks to all of those who support Dorado Gaming. As you know, we love you all the way, and you are all our sons and daughters. That being said, we are finally into the game, and it looks like we have a 5 point.
Yep, just a standard 5 point. I just want to make sure I'm synced up with you in the stream. Could you count out your time for me real quick?
Yeah, I got 56, 57, 58, 59, 60,
All right.
61.
Perfect. Yeah, we are all synced up and ready to go here in Game 3 of the Radiant Strike Finals between Dorado Gaming Gamma and Sun Gaming Mythos. This one is going to be a banger. Definitely looking at all these lane matchups, they seem like they can go one way or the other, except for the top lane one. As I mentioned, that one can be pretty rough, but if anybody can pull it out, it's Hazem. Definitely has a lot of experience with rough matchups in lanes, so just gonna have to see how this one plays out. And interestingly, now first time on red side that the jungler starts on the red buff, as we see lethal tempo Udyr. That's pretty non-standard as far as I know. I do have an Udyr player on my team, so what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I don't know personally too much about the jungle matchups. However, I think that it's going to give him a lot of early game pressure against this Volibear, and it tells me that they probably are looking to fight this 2v2 more either topside or mid. And I think that's going to be pretty telling on how these lanes are going to play out. That being said, we did see the power of this Karma Ezreal in the bot lane and how well they're able to just take lane control. We do have Volibear starting bot, Udyr starting top, so it looks like the Udyr is going towards the bot side, hopefully looking to maybe swing this Karma Ezreal matchup in their favor.
Yep. I mean, that was the win condition last game. If the Ezreal didn't get so ahead, I imagine it would have been a lot harder for Stun, but just completely dominating as these trades are not going in the favor of the Wukong. I mean, yeah, the Malphite's early damage levels are just so naturally high as Wukong
But
wastes his ward
Hasm's
going in for the
going
trade.
in. The dash goes forward. Trade of autos. Looks like not much is going to happen out of that. I was really hoping for Hasm to pull, a little Hasm move and maybe get that first blood, but looks like nothing will happen out of that.
Yeah, in this mid lane, I mean, Kush does have a slight CS lead, but he is missing a lot of the crucial Qs and stuns that, are going to swing the lane in his favor early. Maybe not so important on the first back as Hazem goes in for another trade. And, yep, already showing that he's about as non-standard as top laners go because he is putting a lot of pressure on this Malphite early on into the lane matchup.
Yeah, it was to my understanding that Wukong is almost like a counter pick to these tanks as the armor shred, but I think it's entirely dependent on how well you can do early game. As we see a little bit of trade going mid, Kush getting a little bit of damage, the stun goes out, but not too much is going to happen. Alon's and Zend are pushed down into this bottom lane turret. A little bit of a CS discrepancy going on in the bot lane. A little bit of it is going to be made up by these minions, but for the most part, it looks like the side of Stun Mythos goes ahead. But in the mid lane, we have a flash forward by the Udyr. Stun comes out. The knockback comes forward, but not without a central ball, so it's not going to be able to do much. But here comes Rand Candy from over the wall. Gets first blood for Gamma. And now it's not over yet. As Hazam comes in from the top lane, finds the sweep down onto Senji, flashes forward. Is he going to be able to pick up this kill? Stun Bear Stance comes out, but has it killed Senji? It might have. The last auto attack finished him off. Gamma up 2-0.
Dorado Gaming Gamma coming out the gate swinging, baby, as they're fighting at the bot lane as well. My goodness, let's go. The boys are re-energized and Twitch chat better be too. It is hype out here. Complete punish on the early gank in the mid lane. So well played by Rare Candy and Hazem to know he had the roam timer. Now he's got the Sheen already in the top lane. That's going to swing the matchup a lot in his favor. And man, so well played.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a good play coming out from Gamma. I feel like they read that gank so perfectly well. The Udyr flashed over the wall, wasn't able to find as much damage onto the Syndra as they wanted to, and that knockback was so crucial to keep the Udyr away. And Volibear, of course, with a huge flash over the wall, taking out that Victor before he could finish off the Syndra. I mean, Gamma is just so hyped this game. They're so ready to close out this series as fast as possible. So I'm excited to see where exactly this pressure now is going to lead. The Volibear is up a kill, the Wukong is up a kill. Where does Gamma, transition their lead now? Is it going to be the bot lane, the mid lane, the top lane? What do you think?
I want to see them get on the map early with these objectives. I think what we've had in game one and game two is a desync of gold lead and objective lead, and if a team can get both of those in their favor, they're just gonna completely stomp this game. Because Stun Gaming seems to be a team that heavily favors scaling, and the way to beat scaling is to just punch their throats early, just completely get in there and take everything on the map, so that they're never able to reach those 2-3 item power spikes. And Gamma has shown some inklings to that, as Kush is gonna get some good damage in there, but they haven't been able to fully execute on that yet. And with this early lead, these early kills, I want to see them transition that. Udyr sneaking into the bot lane here. He might try a lane gank. Does not have the flash though.
Yeah, this could lead to something, but this Ezreal Karma, they don't have a lot of CC here, so it would be almost entirely on either the Karma or the Udyr to try to find an engage, and it looks like they're not going to be able to find that, as Senji is going to decide to back. Maybe if they step a little too far forward.
Oh,
Looks
I
like
need
he
a
made
Lon's
it win
sense
something, but
trigger here.
yeah, and it looks like they're actually just going to find the Karma completely, and it is a 2v3 kill. Basically, Alon's and Zen find the kill in front of their face, and as Senji is going forward, he's not going to be able to find anything else. Zoss comes out, and now it's a double kill going over Alon's. He's going to chase down this Ezreal. Can this be the triple kill? Bergerson is trying to come back and try to find that kill, but he is a triple kill going over Alon's. That is a bot gap.
Alon's is awake, guys, and Gamma is too. We got ourselves a series, baby. Dorado Gaming Gamma coming out swinging. 3 kills for the scaling Jinx. That is an absolute disaster for Stun Gaming Mythos. Let's get some hype in the chat. My goodness, things are going crazy in this early game so far. We're already at about a 2,000 gold lead 7 minutes into the game.
Wow, the Alliance must be so happy right now. He comes back with the Moon Quiver, the pickaxe, so much gold over this Ezreal. He is in such a huge position to carry this game. He can go this Kraken Slayer, has the Lulu to buff him up, but as I say that, it looks like a mid gank is coming into the top lane, misses a stun, not going to find much out of that as Udyr is able to cover the re-engage.
Yeah, and all the while, Volibear just farming those camps, pathing towards the dragon. He is ahead of this Udyr, both in gold and in camps. So that's pretty brutal. I mean, from my understanding, Udyr should definitely be up in terms of tempo, but a lot of the early plan for Sun Gaming Mythos.
Wow. And as you say that, it looks like Rare Candy has found this Karma. The Jinx Rocket comes out, flashed away by the Karma. Looks like he is able to walk away, but now Alon's is trading autos onto the Ezra, has to flash away as a sign of respect. And I can't imagine that Gamma is not going to get this dragon as a little bit of trade comes in the mid lane. Nothing too unusual there, though.
Yep, this is just a complete reversal from last game. The bot lane is absolutely dominating.
Well, Hazem goes in, the knockup comes out. Is he going to be the second knockup? He is, clears the wave too. Now Malphite has to ult away to get out of there. Almost a solo kill coming out from Hazem. He's just dominating this top lane all 3 games.
Yeah, absolute weak side warrior. When you're on this side of the map, you're usually not the one favored. You're going to go down as your team picks up advantages elsewhere, but Hazem is just such a superstar right now as he's going for the kill.
Might be caught out a little here. Auto attack straight back and forth. Oh. Beautiful outplay for Hazem. The clone blocks the damage, and he's able to find that solo kill.
My god, everything is going up for Dorado Gaming Gamma today. Everything is turning up well, and it's dicey in some moments, but they're getting all these advantages and they're losing nothing for it. This gold lead is going to start ballooning and these lanes are going to scale, and I mean, just, dream scenario for Dorado Gaming Gamma, who are up 6 kills to nothing so far in the early game. Wow, just so hectic, and in this mid lane too, I mean, they're trading blows. Victor is down a kill, or I'm sorry, Victor is 1 death to 0 right now, but slightly up in CS, and if you're Stun Gaming Mythos, now you're going to have to start looking for the Victor scaling to be your way out of this game.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, I hope you invested your dog coin into Gamma this game, because they are crushing it. Jinx Rocket comes in from the mid lane, a little bit of trade, not going to amount to much, but I see an Ocean Dragon as the second dragon of the game, which means we could have another Infernal Soul.
Yep, and this is the comp that you want to have Infernal Soul on for Gamma. It would be quite deadly on these champions like the Wukong, who can apply it to all 5 members, like the Syndra, like the Jinx. Anything that they can get offered here. I think for them, the only soul that is relatively weak is the Cloud Soul, which we will most definitely not be getting this game. So objective control is going to be a very important thing for a Rare Candy to focus on here, especially Drake control. If you can pop an early soul, you can close this game out before enemy team ever has a chance to scale up and fight you with item
It
advantages.
looks like the Karma might be caught out here. The slow of the Glitter Knights does come down. She doesn't have flash from the previous game before, and Rare Candy says, give me that kill. Make it 7-0.
My goodness, things are going so well. This is exactly what we talked about. This is how you beat scaling. You just absolutely shove it down their throats and you don't give them a break. You just continue to apply the pressure. As Hazem getting roamed on here, though, 3 people on the way to the top lane. He is spending some time to emote, and that may end up getting him killed here. Let's see.
Could be in trouble here. Malphite ult goes down. The stun comes out, but now Hazem's got the knockup. Can he get away? The clone comes out. The second knockup comes in, and it, against all odds, escapes his gank without even burning a flash.
Absolute escape artist saves the flash. All the meanwhile, they get nothing for that play, and they blow.
And now Alonz is now looking at this. Ezreal Jinx ult comes out. A lot of damage, has to heal away. Wow, this game is bloody.
Yeah, absolutely bloody, one-sided and bloody. It's a bit of a massacre so far. I mean, Ezreal is getting completely pressured, and you know, we talked about this in the draft. When you get stomped out by a pick that isn't necessarily pick or ban, sometimes you have to look at it like, okay, we don't have to get rid of this champion. We just have to play better into it. And I think Stun Gaming is going to be a lot worse for wear, because they do seem to be relying on this Ezreal to pick up wins a little bit. Once this stops working for them, and they go into a game down 2-1 in the series, I wonder what they're going to look at when Ezreal Karma, which is their bread and butter, is just not working for them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think this Ezreal Karma came to this game expecting to stomp lane like usual, but, you know, props to Gamma to finally deciding that, hey, you know, we don't necessarily need to win the lane, we can just scale, but, you know, due to a couple mistakes coming out from Stun Gaming, and of course, a couple of great plays coming up from Gamma, a lane that they were expecting to probably just go even or even slightly lose, they are now crushing. There is now a 4K gold lead for Gamma, but as I say that, Zen might be caught out here. The Karma root doesn't land because he's able to flash out. Hazem is just going to trade a little bit back and forth damage.
Yep, I thought Zen was in a lot more trouble there, but, you know, the thing is, when you're the team with tempo, you rarely have to blow your sum, so he did have the flash ready to go. Is this Herald even going to be able to get the charge off? Looks like it is just barely, but that only nets them a small amount of gold here as there's a fight in the top lane.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage trading back and forth. Both top laners not low enough for either to commit any huge cooldowns. However, we do have the dragon coming up in 40 seconds. The Udyr and the Victor are opting to back for now, possibly to pick up more items. It looks like the Victor is going to be slightly stronger than the Syndra unless she decides to back here and TP back. So the next big fight is going to be at this dragon. The Jinx has picked up the Gale Force and Berserker Greaves, though.
Yep, and she's looking for another cheese play here. The Karma sitting right there in the bush will be in trouble if she's able to get the W. Oh, and flash.
Yeah, the flash has to come out from the Karma. She's not able to get around those traps fast enough. Alonso can just output so much damage and just take him out.
Yep, and just, you know, props to Alonso because he's playing the winning side of this perfectly. He's applying pressure. He's never letting them take a break, and now Rare Candy is going to look to punish this. Oh, they're actually going to move upwards into the jungle instead of down into the lane. I thought that was a free kill, but, you know, maybe they saw something different, and it looks like they're looking at the dragon instead, which in the long term is more important.
Yeah, and to answer Twitch chat, the Malphite is maxing the W into the E, so going for more of this tanky build, and it looks like Gamma is just going to take this Ocean Dragon, no contest whatsoever, and it looks like the third dragon will be the Hextech Soul, so the Hextech gates have opened up across the map.
Oh, Hextech Soul, so good for this Dorado team. I mean, what is the one advantage that Stun Gaming has? It's their kiting, it's their poke. When the Hextech Soul is slowing you down and applying that damage, you have lost all your advantages in this game. So Dorado Gaming Gamma, a little bit of luck of the coin combined with the opportunity they gained from
now
the early
Hazem
pressure.
actually is going to go in to try to defend this turret. Can he find a kill? 1v2? No, not going to be able to. Probably just going to trade a little bit of damage. But as I say that, Kush has roamed up for a mid lane kill. Flash forward, does not land the stun. That was Malphite answers flash in return.
Okay, a little bit of action here in the bot lane. Nice trade in the top side, making the Malphite blow flash really good. Again, those flashes cannot be used offensively in that point, but Rare Candy's going in here.
Yeah, he's able to get the flash out of the Victor, nothing else out of that. That being said, a first turret has not go down. Both teams are fighting for this first tower. As I say that, Alonz is able to win that trade, blows the flash out of the Ezreal with the Jinx rocket.
You can just tell when somebody is playing with anger, with vitriol, and I can absolutely tell that Alon's is pissed, and he's looking to get his revenge this game, and he is enacting it too. He's just absolutely smashing this Ezreal Karma lane, taking the tower already. Gamma is dominating so hard that we already have objective bounties 15 minutes into the game.
A massive 5k gold lead as two towers go down for the side of Gamma, and they are going to pick up this Rift Herald as well. I can't imagine this goes anywhere but mid. They want to tear open this jungle. They want to start bleeding Stun Gaming from all these jungle camps, all this XP, and end this game as soon as possible.
Yeah, credit to Dog G in this game. They really, they analyzed the way that they lost and how they could adapt from it. They weren't scared of the poke from the Ezreal Karma. They just decided they had a better strategy to beat it. And so far, so good. Even this top lane matchup, which is early supposed to be rough for Wukong. Yeah, obviously he does outscale with the Sunderer and the damage against tanks. But early on, he gets poked pretty hard. He has a significant lead in CS and XP. So every lane just kind of smashing right now. The closest to even is the mid lane, where Victor is up a little bit of gold, about 300. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to accelerate Stun Gaming into the late game.
Especially not when Alon's has done a big brain smart move and has decided not to go with Rapfire. As I say that, maybe he's not as big brain as I thought as he gets caught out, shut down by the Udyr. I just spoke too soon.
Caster curse, absolute caster curse, absolute disaster. Alon's does fall, gives the Udyr some gold. They shouldn't be too worse for wear from that. I mean, I think Stun will be able to pick up the mid tower and and the top tower. Wait, these objective bounties might be coming into play pretty big here, as Hazem now might be cut out. He's going to be in the 2v1. Let's see if Divine Sunder and Conqueror is going to be able to carry him in this.
Yeah, and the knockout comes out, lands on both champions, but is it going to be enough? Auto attack going back and forth. Second knockup comes out. It is not. He gets taken down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Syndra was able to find that kill onto Karma. Dragon coming up in a minute 40. It looks like Stun Gaming is not ready to just lay down and die just yet. So he can get the gold back 2k, but now Rare Candy has find Senji. The stun comes out as both bears slap each other and just decide to walk away.
Yeah, and the 5k gold lead has now shrunk to 3,000, so Gamma throwing a bit of their lead away going into this next dragon. You have to start worrying here because, while you are ahead, if you give this scaling team money and with the power of objective bounties, I mean, we all know just how much of a comeback mechanic they are now that they're in the game. Gold leagues can swing like they're nothing, and so I think Gamma has to be really careful and only fight around their cooldowns. Alon's just needs to not face tank a Victor W in the future.
Yeah, agreed. And, we're looking at these items now. We have 50 seconds on Dragon. We're going to take a look at Ezreal. He has not finished his Mana Mune, which is unfortunate because his tier is almost finished. So he's not going to be very strong coming into this Dragon fight, unfortunately. However, Victor has finished the Ludens, but so has Syndra. Jinx has the Gale Force, has the Last Whipper. She's going to be able to tear down this Malphite if she gets enough auto attacks in. But look at, this Volley Bear who's almost finished Azania's Hourglass.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. I know this is the new age build. You go Sunfire, Hourglass on the Volibear. You're just looking to disrupt the backline, have utility, and buy time for your team. Good news about Alonso's shutdown is it did go onto the Udyr, who is just going to be a slightly bigger tank because of it. But Gamma has really good ways of dealing that with the Jinx, who's building the LDRs, with the Wukong, who has a Sunderer, as Herald gets charged too in the top lane. And, Gamma is prepping really strong for this dragon. Let's see if they're able to get it. They have struggled with mid prio in this series, and it looks like Stun even.
Oh, are they going to be able to find this Victor? Though Stun lands out, and then Victor gets shut down. Slam dunk. Hill goes over to Syndra, and now Sinji is in a bad spot, has to get out of there. But I can't imagine this dragon doesn't go over to Gamma. They're going to be on Soul Point after this.
Yeah, really well played. The sweeper vision, that's actually so broken because you can't tell when you've been spotted, but enemy team knows exactly where you are. The range is short, but over the wall it was just enough to see them. And, just in these moments around these objectives, a Rare Candy is just playing so well to set his team up for success. Now we're 3 dragons to none. I think if Gamma is able to pick up a Hextech Soul in about 5 minutes, it's going to look to be GG. So let's see how Gamma can set up for this one. I do want them to try and crack that mid tower to start getting some deep vision in. I think a lot of stun strength is, actually, hold that. We're going to have a fight here.
Yeah, Hazem caught out just a little bit, but I think that Stun Gaming wants none of that. But Hazem is like, maybe I want some of that. Tries to, maybe look for a re-engage, decides against it smartly, as there were 3 people there. And like you said, 4K gold lead. Jinx is going to finish her last whisper item before the next fight as well. So this Malphite, who's stacked so much armor, is probably not going to be as tanky as he hoped.
Yep, that's the issue when you fall behind on a tank is that your stats are not enough to match the scaling items of the enemy carries. And looking at the side of Gamma, I mean, the Syndra is now coming online. I think people have been sleeping on her this game because of the Jinx's performance, but we all know the absolute menace that is late game Syndra. She can just one tap your entire backline, and uh, while people are so focused on the Lawns and maybe trying to get him out of the fight, I think this Syndra is going to surprise a lot of people in the next team fight.
Yeah, agreed. Especially since she's probably coming up on her second finished item, hopefully before the next dragon spawn. And once you've hit that point, unless you've got some kind of MR, or if you've got this huge karma shield on you, you're basically going to get one shot by the full combo. As Hazem is maybe looking towards the Ezreal, decides against it as the Ezreal decides to start playing in Narnia. But Gamma has full control over this top side. Could they be looking towards Baron?
They could definitely be setting it up, but it looks like Rare Candy just wants to reset. Probably has either his Zanyas or a stopwatch in the base. Definitely wants to go pick that up before the next fight. When you're ahead, yeah, he picks up the Zanyas. So, Gamma now hitting these 2-item power spikes while a lot of Stun Gaming Mythos are on their 1 items. It is a bit of an awkward time since we have 2.5 minutes until Dragon, but, if you can force a fight right now with this massive item discrepancy, I think you should. And that would happen in the way of looking to rush this Nash. So, and I think, Gamma is recognizing that. Credit to them.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to get the topside vision of Stun Gaming's red side jungle. I think this is extremely intelligent as it makes it so they basically can't play in this top quadrant of the map as it's just too risky to get caught out by this volley bear. And because of that, they're going to steal away all these jungle camps, all this gold, and now begins the strangulation of Stun Gaming. If they're not able to pick up this farm, they're not able to pick up these kills, this Victor, this Ezreal, they're not going to be able to scale. This Malphite's not going to be able to get tanky enough. And, it's going to lead to Gamma, ending the game soon. As I say that, they jump onto Sinji, the stun lands. Are they going to be able to follow him? Smite comes down, but Sinji is just too fast, running out of speed. Karma has to flash out, and the Ezreal comes down just to pick up a little bit of gold.
Yep, in the end, they do end up grabbing a summoner spell from the Karma. A lot of the early pressure that Gamma was creating has been stopped here, but actually, wait, they might be looking for another angle here. No, Udyr is just way too hard to catch, especially with the Force of Nature. As I was saying, a lot of the early pressure that Gamma created by blowing these summoner spells and making plays in different lanes has kind of slowed down a bit as the game state has calmed a bit. But blowing that Karma Flash right before an important soul is going to be big for them, and I know they're tracking that cooldown, so well done to Gamma. Still looking for plays onto the map, and that tier 2 in the top side, Hassam's got the wave coming in. He is going to reset as we are coming about a minute until this crucial soul fight. You have to think if Gamma picks this one up, it is going to spell doom for Stun Gaming Mythos, but Stun Gaming Mythos this series has shown to be a fighter, and they're down but not out just quite yet.
Yeah, and we take a look at the Jinx. She did pick up the seal. She is 2.5 items in. Bot tower does go down. Gold bounty going over to Stun Gaming. I'm not sure how big this is going to be, though, because I don't think they have enough time necessarily to spend that extra bit of gold. That being said, I think Gamma is going to move into this bot side river and finally pick up the vision that they've been lacking the past few minutes. As I was saying, this Jinx right now is really big. She's got the Zeal, she's got the Last Whisper item, and she's got the Lulu to buff her up. She's going to be doing so much damage in these fights, especially so because now she's on this almost 60% crit chance, which is basically the make or break point for most of these crit 80 carries. And it looks like Gamma is going to just go mid for this tower.
Yep, they do have the rotation. Finally, they have some mid-prio, but looks like Udyr is not going to let this tower go down without a fight, as I thought Hazem was getting absolutely chunked, but it just turned out his clone was taking one for the team, and, they aren't that much worse for wear. The team pretty much all full HP now, as Gush looking for a stun here. Things are about to pop off real soon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the Victor gets caught out. Hazem gets the knock-up onto him, and it is going to be enough. No, it's not. He actually does take him down. The Malphite re-engage, however, comes in onto the 2 carries, but it's not going to be enough. Ezra gets taken down with the Volley Bear. Now it is in a 5v3. Gamma is just dominating this team fight. The Udyr has to flash away. Malphite finally takes down the Syndra, but is taken down in return for himself. And this could be Soul if Gamma so decides to choose so, as we do see the Jinx maybe chase down the Udyr. Not going to be able to find that. Looks like Wukong is just going to solo this dragon for Soul, and they are going for Baron.
Yeah, a fool's errand to chase an Udyr. Hazem actually may not have the tankiness to deal with this. I'm watching his HP bar in the top left corner. This is going to be close. If he executes here, it's actually a really big deal, but Sunder healing does carry him through. That was pretty risky, and Gamma... Oh, no, never mind. The
Sinji is
Hextech.
going to be caught out here. The Hextech Soul doing dividends here, as now Sinji is caught bear versus bear, but this is not a fight that he wants to be in. Tower decides that he's going to help out too, and Rare Candy picks up the kill, and now the Udyr is dead, and all 5 of Gamma are up for this Baron.
Oh, but Udyr actually just delayed his death by a whole minute, so now the timers are desynced, and Gamma just gets to get this Baron for free. It almost would have been better if Udyr just died in the team fight now, because 20
Wow,
seconds.
so much damage coming off the Ezreal. Picks up Zen on the back end of that.
Oh, that's huge here. Now they can look to contest. I think Gamma is committed to this Nash. They know this is their timing to get it, but Ezreal is getting a little bit strong here. Everybody's leaving the pit. They're going to look for the turn.
Yeah, the Malphite is huge. Hits 3, but not enough damage is going to be able to follow up. Hazem goes forward, finds the ulti onto the Malphite, but now the Victor is in a terrible spot, but not before he picks up a kill on Syndra. But Gamma answers back with 2, and now they are too low to finish this Baron, and it looks like they're going to try to chase down Ken Burger Run and Arbella. Find anyone? No, Hazem says, get off my carries, I will take you down, and now the Volley Bear is able to help the Jinx pick up another, and they are back on this Baron.
My God, so crazy. You know, Gamma definitely putting themselves in a risky situation there, but it ended up not making them pay for it. And, you know, just Rare Candy on this Volibear looking like Blabber right now. 6-0-6, absolutely putting the team on his back, just completely carrying, got his team the Soul, got his team the Baron. They're going to reset. They're at about a 7,000 gold lead right now, and the siege begins. Gamma is completely in the driver's seat here. They're hitting their 3-item power spikes on some of the champions. Force of Nature picked up for the Volibear. He is absolutely unkillable. Syndra's looking to be a bit of a problem, as Udyr does do a sneaky little mission to grab the red buff. That is going to annoy Gamma, but if I know anything about annoying Alon's, it's just going to make him more angry, and he does snatch the big chicken, little KFC, in return for getting his big red stolen.
And we do have the Lulu split pushing on the top side of the map, so that is going to delay their push just a little, as Sinji may have found something. Hazem finds 2 with the knockout. Is he going to be able to find more? He does. He kills the Syndra off, and now it is a 2v4 that maybe he doesn't want to be in. Hazem gets shut down by the Udyr, and now Gamma has to back off here, but not before Syndra goes forward, finds the ult on the Israel. That's another kill going over, and now Sinji is in a bad spot, is going to be taken down by Alon. He gets excited. He says, give me a double, as Lightless is just stuck. There's nothing he can do. He just walks with them and says, hey buddy, we're just gonna be friends for a little. Takes the double kill. Now Rare Candy has found this Victor. The stun goes out. Is he going to be able to get away? Rare Candy is going Mach 5, and Alon picks up the triple kill.
Yep, that's exactly what I told you about pissing off Alon's. It just ends up making him more angry, and he does BM the Malphite a little bit. Some master emotes come out. Gamma is definitely feeling themselves in this game, and you know, the only thing left to finish off on this is just riding off the Nexus, but I don't think they'll be able to end here. They'll be able to get the inhib. Top tower just went down to minions as well. Gamma ballooning their gold lead, and about 10,000 gold ahead now on this scaling comp. Just very terrifying overall. I think Gamma played this one to perfection, and they might look to actually continue the siege here and not get the resets, even though their top laner is desynced with them. This could be a little risky.
Yeah, I mean, there is 10 seconds on Victor, so they can afford to just sort of poke around, especially with these double cannons just knocking away this turret. They actually might get it themselves. No, they are going to just switch aggro just a little bit, but, you know, Gamma is just running away with this game, and, you know, they're going to have to do something soon if they don't want to just lose.
On onto the back line. Gamma looking to posture here. I think they want to go for the end on this fight. They're going to look to force as Hazem's on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what Hazem can do. He finds a little bit of damage onto the Karma, not able to find much more out of that, but that does give an opening for Gamma to step up, and as I say that, Hazem goes in, almost gets stunned up, but the clone comes out, able to protect him just a little bit longer. Inhib finally going down in favor of Gamma.
Yep, 2 inhibs down. The supers are sieging. Baron Nashor still alive for another 20 seconds is the buff as they're onto the Nexus towers. Stun Gaming is just watching their base completely crumble. They can't do anything.
Sinji might have walked up just a little too aggressive just to get a bear slap, gets knocked up, and then gets traded in return. Volibear goes in, and now they're onto the Malphite. Second knockup comes in, Karma's dead, Malphite's dead, Victor almost gets taken down, Ezreal for sure does, that's an ace, and the game going over to Gamma. Great game coming out from them.
Wow. Just absolutely amazingly well played. This has been the biggest stomp so far in the series. Gamma goes up 2-1. Just a reminder, this is a best of 5, so we do have at the very least one more game to play if Gamma can close it out. But overall, just extremely well done by Dorado Gaming Gamma. Looked a lot cleaner in the early game, and as I said, they cracked the problem of Ezreal Karma. So, what do you think Sun Gaming has to do to adapt now into this draft, going down to match point?
Yeah, I think they need to focus more on this, either this mid lane or this top lane, because you see these five bans going down on Hazem like basically every game, and if you take if it takes this many bans to keep Hazem down, that's just going to just gut your like draft strategy almost completely. And I feel like they need these bans for the bottom lane. You saw the damage that Alon's can do if he's able to get on the right champion. So I think they really need to just switch up their ban strategy. Maybe let Hazem do Hazem things. Just help out the rest of your map.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, definitely agree with you there. And maybe it's time for Bergeron and Arabella to shift away from this more scaling poke center and try to get a little bit more early game presence, because the Udyr was not enough to supplement 3 scaling lanes. But we will see what ends up happening with the teams. We are going to go on a short break before we enter into Game 4 of the Radiant Strike Finals between Dorado Gaming Gamma versus Stun Gaming Mythos.
I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my I just need to clear my head. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in us. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
All right, guys, welcome back. Game 4 of the Radiant Strike Esports Finals. We're getting right into it. Dorado Gaming Gamma is up 2-1 on Stun Gaming Mythos in the series. And we do have Dorado Gaming on the red side and Stun Gaming Mythos on the blue side. Bans are coming out so quick. We've got Camille Tryndamere matched with the Vex Hecarim. Don't want to give over the Hecarim on the red side. Let's see if we have any adaptations. The Volibear, a pick to watch. Jinx, a pick to watch for sure. And yeah. Karina, what do you think about the draft so far?
Yeah, I was expecting the Volibear ban. It has been picked or banned every single game of this series by Gamma, and now looks like Gamma's going to respond in kind with the Jinx ban, not wanting to get the enemy AD carry on that champion. And you know, the B1 pick here I think is so crucial because it's going to basically say what exactly they're going for. Are they going to resort back to this Ezreal, or are they just going to pick up something new like this Diana, who has not seen a game all series?
Wow, Diana picked up. Okay, I mean, I know what my team's pick would be into this, but you know, everybody is a little bit different, and I think Gamma certainly has to have answers to Diana B1. I think when you show Diana this early in the draft, it can be punished pretty hard. It just is up to the team to have the tools and the champ pools to be able to do that. As the Ziggs hover pretty early on, this is a flex pick for Gamma, as they do play in the mid and bot lane.
Yeah, it's actually a good pick into the Ezreal as well, is because mages in the bot lane basically are going to outpush almost every single enemy AD carry in the game. So this, in a way, is an answer to the famous Ezreal karma that we have seen all series from Sun Gaming. Along with the Xin Zhao would be an extremely strong pick, I feel like, early on into this Diana.
Yeah, absolutely. With a lot of the stronger junglers taken away, you do kind of have to look to pick up the Xin Zhao, who is one of those S tier junglers. Udyr is on the board. Neither team picked it up. Didn't look very good in the last game, but I think maybe that's more due to player error. Regardless, I think Stun Gaming does have to start showing their bot lane picks here, and this is going to let Gamma adjust in the draft. One thing to note is that if you pick a Ziggs AP carry, you do kind of have to start compensating by maybe looking for AT picks elsewhere. I know OG Kush is traditionally a mage player, so we've got the Ashe locked in. Okay,
Wow.
very interesting.
Yeah, Ashe is actually a pretty good champion into Ziggs, as the volley does allow her to keep lane pressure along with the Ziggs. And of course, the arrow that she can send out is so hard for Ziggs to dodge, as he's a little bit immobile outside of the satchel charge. And we see the Ornn, the first Ornn of the series, actually.
Okay, so I don't play anywhere near bot lane, but I'm thinking Braum right off the top of my head. Is that something that's plausible here? Maybe you throw the Ziggs mid and pick a strong bot lane into this Ashe.
It's definitely hard to say without seeing the support pick coming out from Stun Gaming, because the support matters so much in this bottom lane. Is it basically it changes the way that you play the lane. The support matchup is so important that this Ashe it can be played with an aggressive bot lane. It can be played with a passive bot lane. So we're going to see some support bans, of course, here. I think this is going to shape basically how Gamma wants to play this bot lane. Taking away this Thresh means that this Ziggs might be going towards the bot side.
Yeah, and we could see an Ezreal R4 and then them just rocking with the Ziggs Ezreal, try to have some distance from the Ashe, from the Diana. Stun Gaming, again, very thematic with their drafts. They're usually on the same page, and this is an all-in balls to the walls team comp. Looks really strong so far, I do have to say, these pieces. However, if the Diana doesn't come online, I worry that their damage numbers are a little bit low as of right now.
Yeah, but they do have this Ornn to sort of supplement, them falling behind. If Diana can only get one item, well, if it's an ornament, it's pretty good, right? So I feel like this Ornn Ashe Diana, I feel like this combo is just so strong. But on the other end, this Xin Zhao, he blocks all of that damage basically, besides the Diana. So if he's able to go forward and sort of tank up all this CC, all this damage, they're not going to be able to do much to him because of the ultimate. And we do see the Braum ban, and we do see the Xayah Hubbard is going to be locked in. That is a great pick into the Ashe, completely outranges her.
Yeah, very awesome, and I think that is the strength of the Ziggs pick on Gamma, is that it can be played so confidently in both of the lanes. So baiting a good matchup for Alonso, we've seen how Alonso can do when he has the winning side of a matchup. They are also giving R5 support counter, which I do really like here, by the way. I think, keys to winning this game, shutting down Bergeron and shutting down the support. If you have support counter, if you've got the Xayah that wins into Ashe, then I think you're setting yourself up for success, because top lane got counter pick, jungle got counter pick. Mid does have to blind, but Ziggs is OG Kush's most comfortable champion. I do enjoy the sort of Bronze Odia comp that Stun Gaming has put together, but I think Gamma is drafting a lot smarter right now.
Yeah, especially if they can round out their comp, with an extremely strong like enchanter type champion or anything like that. I think being red side and getting the R5 counterpick on support is going to be so huge, especially if they can get a strong bot lane. This Ashe is Nautilus, it's so much CC, but if they can't touch the side of Gamma, this, lethality Xayah, which I'm assuming they are going to go, is just going to be able to poke them out. But the Leona is also a good pick as well, because, if you're the Nautilus, you hooked at Leona, well, you just gave her a free path onto your 80 carry. So I think the Leona pick really works here too. But we do see this Sylas B5, and there are a good number of ults you can steal.
Yep. I think Sylas is a great pickup here. Definitely going to give them a fighting chance in this game. They are absolutely too indexed onto magic damage, however, because Ashe not really a champ known to put out a lot of a consistent AD DPS. So if Gamma is a smart team, which I do have faith in them, they are going to stack MR this game and make a lot of the CC pretty useless through those tenacity boots, through the Negatron cloaks. So I think just don't lose to Boris this game, and I do favor Gamma in this draft. I think that they had a rough position to start at in this draft, but they completely pivoted well, and I think just outdrafted Sun Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have the range, they have the counter engage. If Ornn goes in, he's just going to get picked up and knocked right back into his own team, and just do so much damage with that set ultimate. That being said, I think that Stun Gaming do have a lot of pick potential. They could steal Liliano if they wanted to. They have the Nautilus, they have the Ashe, they have the Diana, they even have the Ornn that can engage halfway across the map. Um, I think when you look at both teams, you definitely see again these strong team fighting comps with a little bit of pick, and you just know that this game is just going to be so bloody. This is the series life for Stun Gaming. If they lose this game, they're out, and Dorado Gaming or Dorado Gamma will win the finals.
Yep, this is an all or nothing comp, like you said. Sun Gaming, it's extremely low damage if those carries are behind. Silas went down is useless. Diana went down is useless. Ashe just really not known for her DPS numbers. And the one thing they have going for them is they have a lot of lockup, they have a lot of CC, but if you're allowed to build Merc Treads this game, which I think like 3 or 4 of the players on Gamma are, and you take it in your ruins too, it makes this game a lot harder for Sun Gaming.
Yeah, agreed. And looking at both sides here, I think the early game for sure is probably going to go over in the favor of Gamma. This Xin Zhao, this set combo, I think is a lot more powerful and potent than this Diana Ornn, who kind of just wants to play safe. So, I would be surprised if I saw Rare Candy bully this Ornn a little bit, since he is sort of on the weak side of the map. But this bot lane is so, I think, volatile. They both want to just go in, and with melee supports, they kind of just want to kill each other. So I'm super excited to see where exactly these junglers are going to be pathing.
Yep, you heard it from the man himself. Bot lane, very volatile. I imagine the junglers are going to come help to tip that in the balance one way or the other. But stick around and find out, because we are at match point. Dorado Gaming Gamma is up 2-1 in the series against Stun Gaming Mythos. And after a short break, we will be right back to bring you what is hopefully the last game in the series of this Radiant Strike Esports Final.
someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. You will break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 4 of the Radiant Strike Esports Finals. Dorado Gaming Gamma versus Stun Gaming Mythos. Dorado up 2-1 in the series, looking to close out on match point right about now. And we do have a 5-point stacked invade here. Let's see if this goes well. And while I'm doing that, let me just make sure I'm synced up with my production and my co-caster, Alex Carino. I'm at 49, 50.
I'm good.
All right, perfect. I am all synced up with my co-caster, and I am joined by Alex Carino. Alex Carino, what are your thoughts on this level 1 5-stack so far? It looks like it just phased into nothingness.
Yeah, I think Gamma was expecting maybe Stun Gaming to go for a little bit of a cheese invade with the Nautilus, so they stacked up for it. But unfortunately, that did not happen. So all they did was just waste a little bit of time. However, two big things did happen during that. They were able to get a ward down onto the red side of Dorado Gaming, as well as getting that ward into the bottom bush on the bottom side. Those wards are going to be huge because it's going to tell them where Rare Candy is starting, and if he is able to be tracked throughout this jungle in the early game, getting a gank off could be really difficult.
Yep, and it's already on top of the task of trying to put down an Ornn, which might be the best Stonewall weak side champion in the game for the top lane. You know, very hard to completely shut down an Ornn. He's able to buy items while he's outside of the base, a lot of regen, a lot of tank stats for free, and you know, what you hope to do when you counter Ornn in the lane is get some damage off, make him miss creeps, make him miss XP, so that he's not as useful in those fights. And Hazem is taking the fight here early. Conqueror is stacked up. Both of them went with the second wind and the D shield as bot lane, looking to hook in as well. A lot of action here in the early game, but you know, I think Hazem understands this matchup quite well. He knows, okay, as he goes for another E here, this one can actually be potentially deadly as he has the W synced up. That's the flash blown from Ornn immediately. So now Rare Candy knows exactly where it's going to be able to path up onto here as Kush is absolutely violating this man, even though he got the counter pick. Dorado Gaming Gamma coming out swinging early, but as you mentioned, Karina, this bot lane pretty volatile. Xayah opted for the stronger crit build as opposed to the poke build. I'm not a big fan of the poke build myself. So you know, that is something to rely on for the late game, and I kind of want to see how these lanes play out, and I want to see Rare Candy start pathing towards this Ornn who does not have flash.
Yeah, I think if they're able to set up a dive on the top side, it would put Ornn permanently behind, especially in terms of XP, which is going to be huge when you talk about like the online of these ornaments. You know, in delaying that is going to be so huge because that's just so much gold in terms of stats, and we might see a gank mid by the Zenzao.
Oh, the W sets it up perfect. Look, Zinzao's going to look to go in. Silas does still have the flash. He is going to go ahead and go for it. Rare Candy decides against it because Silas still has the W. Very smart. And Silas baiting the cooldown was going to look for it, but Rare Candy's smart enough to not end up falling for that trap. Diana is on the top side of the map, but Zinzao does have Prio in his lane, so going to be able to pick up this crab for free, and it looks like Diana's just going to run straight to the bot one. So, you know, the sides of the map, the lines have been drawn, and Hazem does have a pretty big advantage here in the top side so far. The earlier set gets online, the harder he can bully this Ornn before he becomes too much of a tank.
Yeah, and I think it'd be really good, though, as Hazem goes him again.
Oh, dropped the W a little too early for my taste. I would have wanted him to stack the Conqueror up a little bit more for more true damage on the W hit, but regardless, he is going to force it back out of the Ornn, which is the primary goal, is to blow the TP early and just, like you said, make him go down in CS, make him go down in XP, make him useless in those team fights. If those ornaments never come online, this pick is not going to pay its dividends.
Yeah, and just to circle back to what we were talking about, this Xayah, she is going the crit build. I think that's fine, especially when you decided not to go for a double range sort of win lane win game kind of setup. And I think this is basically just saying that Gamma has decided that their bot lane is actually going to be the weak side this game, necessarily early game at least, because of the fact that this Xayah does not have the lane presence that you would normally have with Aerie, with all these mana runes, and instead they've sort of been pushed in all game, and this could lead to early dragons going over to Stun Gaming, as the first dragon is coming up, and we do see an invade for Diana.
Yeah, timer on Silas while Ziggs is resetting because he is on low mana. I would caution Zen from moving a little bit further in, but I think they do sniff this out, and it is going to be time wasted as some trades here on the top side. That is pretty big. Actually, the half HP onto the Ornn, and Set is going to hit 6 first. He might even look to dive him with the fully stacked W. He knows he's not going to be able to flash out of it. If I'm him, I am looking for this play. The E should be up in about a second or two. He does not go for it, though. Okay, Ornn playing with fire there in that top lane as Rare Candy does sniff this out. Diana is about 1 HP. Rare Candy's going to go in. He's going to be able to... No, he hits the smite. He's going to be able to get it. Rare Candy does get it as the Diana flashes away. Silas is here for backup. Is Rare Candy going to be worse for wear for this fight? It does look like he's going to get first blood. No, but the bot lane is collapsing as Zen drops in. Solar Flare... It does not drop because he's not 6. Sorry, it's the Zen's plate as Ziggs goes for a Q and everybody gets out alive somehow. What is going on in this game?
Yeah, that was a great play coming up for Rare Candy. Wind becomes lightning, just goes through the dragon, and it actually tags the Diana, able to force her so low that she has to smite. That early smite means that she cannot secure the dragon. The early Ocean Dragon going over to Gamma is going to be so huge. A little bit of fight in the mid lane.
Oh, there is a 6 advantage for the Silence, but he's still getting his absolute butt kicked by the Ziggs. OG Kush, an absolute monster on this champion. Hazem zones off the Ornn from the wave. He's got about a 10 CS lead. And Silas did look like he could threaten the kill there for a second with the 6 advantage, but, Kush just way too healthy compared to Silas, who has to take a really bad back while having no TP, so he is going to miss out quite a lot here. Solo lanes both going in the favor of Dorado Gaming Gamma as Ornn does finally take 6. This is about when the lane gets easier for him to play. He starts to be able to build up those armor items, and he is able to just hunker down under his turret. But Rare Candy here finds the Diana, who is behind on tempo. She is behind on levels. Don't think that she can contest this. If she tries, she might lose her life for it. Okay. Awesome. Just backing off. All right, the wave crashes, and we've got about a 20 CS lead when it's all said and done for the top lane.
Yeah, so that was an Ocean Dragon going over early onto Gamma, which I think is going to be huge for their laning phase, especially when you have all this increased regeneration. We do see that it is the Hextech Dragon up next, so not going to have the soul for that, which, could spell disaster, could be the Air Soul, which would be unfortunate. However, it could also be the Infernal Soul again. We'd love to see that. That being said, in the top side, we have a 25-26 CS lead for Hazem. He's just destroying top lane again.
Yep, most of the gold lead that's happening globally is from this top lane. Every other lane relatively even, which I think when you mentioned that Gamma's bot lane is the weak side, the fact that they're even in CS with this Ashe lane, as Hazem, is he going to look for the ult? That was an interesting angle for sure. When you mentioned the weak side like that, if they're able to maintain CS and hit 6 without being Ashe ultied, I think that Gamma is pretty happy with that, because I think... Oh, no, and just as I said, the Zenith Split goes down. Nautilus is going to be rooted. Does he have a way out? He does have the flash. He's going to hold on to it, but Alon's dealing a lot of damage. It is attracting the attention of the Diana, who is on this side of the map. You have to be careful, because you are currently on the weak side. Wave is pushing into you, but they are being a little bit too aggressive, because I think that they have the angle. No, Zenith Blade does go in. The first blood is going to drop for Xayah. Is she going to be able to hit 6 in time? Yes, she does. This is going to be an interesting fight. Carino, as we see, the ult for ult trade as the Ashe ult hits Zend, and the root, the feathers, is it going to be enough? It is just barely the 1v1 now. I think this is going to be favored for Diana, but oh no, there comes the Solar Flare finally, about 2 minutes later than when I called it, and all in all, a 1 for 2 for Dorado Gaming Gamma and First Blood. Extremely well played in that 3v2.
Yeah, that fight was huge. I think for Gamma, they were able to come out of that, two for two, and or sorry, what was that? It was a two for two, I believe, right? No, two
One
for
for
one.
two. One
Yeah,
for
one
two.
for two. I can't do math. Math is hard. But either way, it was a great play coming up from Gamma because of the Nautilus, the early on trade. He did go glacial this game, which means that basically any kind of counter engage that he wants to do, he's gonna be so squishy coming into these team fights, right? He doesn't have the aftershock that the Leona does, and I honestly think that's a huge blunder because in these melee versus melee sport matchups, you do want the aftershock because when the Leona goes in, she engages, she pops her aftershock first, you can counter engage
Arles
and a
with the
little bit
flash.
of flash, getting the flash out. But Diana, well on her. She was able to pick up that kill. Let's see if she can snowball that into something else. But oh, pink ward, a little bit
Yep.
of blunder there.
I think Hazem's going to be in trouble here. He is between a rock and a hard place as the Oran Horn does drop. Yeah, he is completely out of position. The flash is good. Can't no, it's a 4-for-1. He's definitely going to go down there. Yeah, just overextended on the weak side of the map. Oh, Six will actually almost completely pop that Silas. He's about 1 HP, so he should lose this wave. He does have the TP. Um, Not exactly what you want to see from Dorado Gaming Gamma's top laner there. Just a bit overextended. I like the idea. Get some vision in on their jungle, but you have to know your timings, right? You need your jungler to be hovering you on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's the
Ooh.
solar flare. Traded for the flash. Very nice.
Yeah, I think you trade that any day too, because like that Ashe now she has to play so safe into this dragon fight that's coming up. She is so susceptible to getting cut out by this set, by this Xin Zhao, or even by a Leona flash. So I think that's definitely a trade that Zind and Gamma are going to like. But now they have control over this dragon. They are starting this dragon. I can't imagine that they're gonna try to fight for it, or maybe they will. We do see the Ziggs TP coming in. This could be a huge team fight.
Yeah, I don't know if Stun Gaming knows this, but Dorado is actually delayed on getting here. They're not all quite set up yet. And Hazem not going to be able to get to this fight in time, so it's going to be a 5v4. There comes the Astro. The cleanse immediately is going to drop into it as Diana Set is going to ult in. That's the Silas ult onto the Set. Where Kenny drops immediately. Silas is 1 HP. Is it going to be enough? No, the Diana ult drops in. Double kill for the Ziggs. He does pick up both. Ash is going to grab another kill as well as the Set ult now comes in. There is Hazem. Oh my goodness, he's just taking everybody out as the Dragon falls. Diana one shot. Ziggs is picking up every kill in this fight as the Ornn is now left alone. No horn to blow. No teammates to protect. Just himself. Gonna get run down by Dorado Gaming unless he can time this W perfectly with the set E, and he is going to be able to get out. What a bloody fight.
Yeah, that fight looked so good at first because the Asho landed exactly onto Alon's, but the quick cleanse coming out into the ultimate meant that he was safe. But in return, they traded out Rare Candy, which meant there was no smite for the dragon. And because of that, Stun Gaming pick up the dragon, but they lose the team fight because of the Ziggs in the backline, unscratched, unscathed, able to just put out so much damage in these bombs.
Yeah, there are not many people and champions I would trust more in a series than OG Kush on Ziggs, and him picking up all those kills is awesome. I don't know if he's favored in this exchange. He does get the true damage, but the Ornhorn is going to come in, and Set doesn't have anything to match. I think he just threw his life away there. Hazem,
Wow.
uncharacteristic mistake here. I think the nerves. They are definitely going to play a factor in this finals game when things are so tense. So it's okay, just a death. You're still up in CS. You do lose a little bit to the tower, but it's not the end of the world quite yet.
You might see something coming on in the bot lane.
Okay, here comes the Astro. There is no cleanse to block it this time. Zen does not block the hook, but here comes Rare Candy for the response. The Diana ult does drop in. Alonce is picked up already, but Rare Candy is going crazy here in the fight. The Conqueror is stacked up. Is Diana go? Oh my gosh, that champion is not balanced. She absolutely smashes and picks up a triple kill. Disaster for Dorado Gaming Gamma here.
Yeah, I mean, you saw like exactly the power of this Ashe pick. It was able to find Alon's. He just got a number for him, and Alon's dropped so fast. It looked good at first because the Xin Zhao was able to take down the Nautilus, but then you kind of remember that you wasted your full combo, all of your damage on a Nautilus, and this Diana stacks up the Conquer. She gets all the dashes off. She is able to take out the Xin Zhao, and then afterwards it's just an easy pickup for this Leona. Overall, this is great news if you're a fan of. If you're a fan of Stunning Gaming, because they are running this early game right now. This early game lead is going to matter so much coming into this mid game.
Yep, and I think both of Set's deaths are a bit uncharacteristic. I don't really know what the Set is doing here right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am a bit perplexed to say the least, but it's okay. Like I said, Dorado Gaming has an ace up their sleeve, and that ace is the OG Kush, who is quite fed on the Ziggs. Zig's pretty far range, going to be able to avoid the disaster that is that Fed Diana ult. So, that is a pretty good advantage that Dorado has going for them, as well as him being the only AP threat. They probably won't be stacking too much MR. So, down but not out is the story of this series. It's the story of this game, and both teams with one dragon, and it is a Cloud Soul. So, kind of a stinker, but I think that does favor the side of Sun Gaming a bit more if they can pick it up. Obviously, anybody's happy to have any sort of soul, but they all have combat ultis, so would be pretty nice for them. I think they're going to start playing for these dragons as they come up.
Yeah, and I think the air soul here means that like dragons are just basically not necessarily going to be the same hectic team fights that we've seen in these past few games of this series, just because nobody really wants to fight for it. Engage in the bot lane.
Okay, engage in the bot lane. I do like this from Zen. They know that Diana is not on their side of the map. Nautilus is going to flash. Solar Ferric does drop down. No more Zenith Blade, but the Q should be up in a second as Ashe is completely... Oh my gosh, that is actually... No, I don't even know what to say about that. That was just completely crazy as the Sylas is going to ult both of Rare Candy and OG Kush out of the fight. Kush walking into melee range of a Sylas completely not advisable, and Ashe with the shield bow just put so much damage out in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that the damage that these AD carries are able to pull out once the Aftershock is gone. Nautilus almost got blown up because, he does have the Glacial. I feel like Alon's could have walked up a bit more there, maybe pressured and looked for a trade kill, but he decided against it, maybe just a little bit too afraid of getting this Ashe a double kill or maybe even getting ganked by the Diana. But overall, Stun Gaming went out on that fight. And, it is a kill going to this Ashe. This Ashe is going to start scaling. She is going to start, putting out a lot of damage into this mid and late game. I don't think she's as weak as a champion in terms of DPS as people think. If she can get rolling, especially with these crit items, she can output a lot of damage, especially on these squishier targets and sort of like these health tanks that the Set and the Zen usually are.
Yeah, and when those champions are behind, they don't really get to survive throughout the fight, which is their one strength. So Diana, she is going for the Zhonya secondary, going to be pretty safe with it, but that is the power of Diana. She gets to ult in, drop her full combo, and then be completely safe in the stasis, not being able to be punished. They might set up for a fight here. Dorado Gaming Gamma is starting this dragon. If they can rush it down quick enough before enemy team gets here, they're going to be able to sneak this one for free, but I don't think they're favored in the fight if this goes long.
And it looks like Gamma is just going to be able to sneak that right under the nose of Stunned Gaming. Not exactly sure why they didn't really fight for that, but maybe they're just looking for a fight mid as the Rift Hero does go down. Zig's ult comes out, stops a little bit of the push. I don't think much is going to be able to find people here. Oh.
Okay, here we go. We got to fight. The Ornhorn is going to drop with the Rift Herald. Hazem isn't even able to drop the W as he goes down immediately, and Rare Candy is going to take the Herald out, but that is a 1-for-0. And this set is starting to look pretty useless in these fights. Just really not the menace that we were hoping he was going to be after getting that early lead. Yeah, not much else to say about that, as Sun Gaming Mythos is in control of the game right now with about a 3k gold lead at 17 minutes. That is quite impressive.
Yeah, I think it was just unfortunate for Azam there. I think he tried to walk up to, maybe find an engage underneath the tower while they got a little close, but unfortunately he got CC locked for so long fighting the bot lane.
Okay, here we go. Sylas does get the Everfrost root onto Rare Candy. Rare Candy's going to go in here. I don't know if that's advisable. He doesn't... I don't know if he even popped the Gore Trigger. Set is here. This is an uneven fight as Zend is going in. This might be a desperation play as Diana gets ulted in, but she's going to be able to ult out as well. 2 TPs to match this play. This looks extremely forced as Diana is going to blow the flash to get out. And, yeah, just... I don't know. A lot of panic plays, a lot of desperation attempts here, and I don't think that it's going exactly how Dorado planned it. As Set is now left alone, 1 versus 5 under the tower. The Zigzalt does drop. Is Diana taking? Yeah, the shutdown goes to OG Kush. OG Kush is here alone, but he's going to pick up a double kill as well. Solar Flare does drop. Sylas is going to go down. Triple kill for OG Kush. Are you kidding me? Is he going to be able to clean up this fight? He does. He does get a quadra kill. Is he going to be able to get the pentakill? He's going to chase down the Nautilus. He has no mana. Is it going to be the penta? It is pentakill. Six picks up the pentakill. OG Kush puts the team on his back. My goodness. OG Kush going crazy, career highlight play in the Radiant Strike Esports Finals of Game 4. Holy moly.
Wow, that play looked so bad for Gamma at first. Hazam was caught into the tower, basically 1v5, but he did not die. He stood for so long. The tower, got basically the perfect targets, got the Diana that, was doing all the damage, killed him. Then it focused the Ornn that was low in HP, killed him. The stolen, or it was it might have just been Leonel, but Kush was able to flash away and create so much space. Then he was able to just throw the bombs down, and he was able to just kite them out along with this Leona, and he picks up the pentakill and picks up a whole item along with it. He's on 2.5 items, a whole item over his counterpart.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier in this game, there's nobody I trust more in the hands of a series than OG Kush on his Ziggs pick. This is his best champion. This man knows how to pilot it like no other. Dorado Gaming Gamma actually even in gold now after that exchange. What looked like a desperation attempt ended up working out for them. OG Kush putting the game on his back. Solar Flare does drop. Ash responds with the arrow, but it's instantly cleansed, and Kush picks up another kill. He's legendary right now. The tides are turning in Dorado's favor. This game can go either way. I wouldn't ask for any other way. This is exactly how I want a finals match, a final series to look, as Hazam dukes it out with Lightless in the top lane. And just two meatballs hitting each other. Not much to be seen here. Actually, the Ornn does drop the horn, and I think Hazam actually ulted into his own death there. Yep, just, that's the problem with Ornn. I told you, he's just too good of a Stonewall champion. You can't ever really shut him down. Actually, but Dorado Gaming Gamma here is going to look for the play under this tower. There are 2 kills if they're willing to get it. No, Ornn does get out, but Diana is not going to be able to. She does have the ulti. She is going to go in, drop the stasis. I think she's not much... Sorry, not much more long for this world. As she does drop, and I do apologize, folks, my voice is all but gone, but we will soldier on for Dorado Gaming because this is turning out to be a banger of a game as they may look for the Baron but decide against it.
Yeah, that was just, Hazem, gets caught out, but, Gamma as a team able to trade that back is going to be so good, especially because they got the top tower as well. And now we see this Xayah starting to come online. 2 items. She's got the Kraken. She's got the Phantom Dancer. She's going to start be doing a lot of damage to these tanks, to this Ornn, to this Nautilus that are basically just going to be like paper to her as she, trims through them. I think the biggest thing out of that though is how strong this Ziggs now is. He's got those 9 kills. He is legendary, and now he's just going to start bringing down a lot of the pain. And as long as he doesn't get caught out, I really don't see how Gamma is going to be able to lose these team fights. It's just going to be so much damage. That being said, Air Drake is coming up, might find and engage here soon.
Yep, keep an eye on those Ziggs bombs. They're going to hurt more than those Kaisa Void Seekers do. And Dorado just needs time and space to set up the plays. They don't want to rush into anything because Stun Gaming does have Bronzodia drafted here. The set ult is the one that gets stolen. I don't know if I like that more than the Solar Flare or the Xin Zhao ulti. But Kush playing very safe. He knows that if he dies, this game is over. So, just right now, Stun Gaming getting mid-pro. Set is going to go ult in. He does grab the Nautilus by himself. Is this going to end up being a good play? The W does drop down. True damage is going to go. The reverse set ult as well. I can't keep track of everything is going on at the same time. Xayah is going crazy into the back line. It's all low. Diana does pick up OG Kush. That is most of their damage. But wait, Xayah's going crazy on the back line. She picks it up. It's the ace for Dorado Gaming Gamma. My goodness. Can you believe it? Do you believe in miracles? It is happening. My God, and they pick up the dragon to boot. Are they going to go to Nash? It remains to be seen.
That looked so like bad at first for Gamma because Kush got jumped on, but he was able to survive just long enough with that. Zhonya's and Alon's untouched that entire team fight. No one was able to get onto him. And as I said, this Kraken Slayer, this Phantom Dancer build, it just shreds these guys like paper. If she can get in range to auto attack them, and shred she does, as Diana, even though she tried to make the hero play, gets the double kill, is not enough because Alon's is just untouched. And just a quick shout out to the anonymous gifter. He or she gave a penta sub for a penta kill.
Yeah, I don't know who this mystery patron is who has now donated what I believe is 27 total subscribers onto the Twitch channel tonight, but they are absolutely carrying that part of the stream, and we really appreciate all 83 of our viewers tonight. This is probably the most we've had that I know in recent memory, so thank you guys all for coming out, and hopefully we can show you guys a Dorado Gaming Gamma chip at the end of this, as both teams now setting up in the mid game 3 Drakes to 1. Alon's may be in trouble here. He does. Oh, he cleanses too early, but it's okay. He does end up getting out of it. The Ornhorn does miss.
Wow.
Alon's okay, gets the root. The damage is looking pretty big as there's a Diana behind the set. The Soul Flare does drop. Zinzao is looking to be on the front line. The Ziggs bomb only hits one as Diana is in the backline. Set ults them into his carries. I don't know if that's what you want to do as the Zonies does drop. Rare Candy is... No, Zandy is going to be able to get out. The Set W does drop the true damage as Ornn is 1 health and... somehow Dorado is on top of this fight, but it isn't over yet. They're posturing a little bit too hard here, I think, as their health bars are too low. Ziggs, with some crowd control, he is going to bring it in. The root does drop the feathers. It's going to be enough. Silas is dropping it with the ulti.
Wow.
Alonso picks up another kill, and they're going to go to Baron. This game is amazing.
Yeah, that fight was so disjointed at first because Diana got into the back line, but everyone was able to flash away. Basically, Diana wasn't able to find any kill whatsoever. Meanwhile, Zind was just attracting 4 people. There's just not enough damage to break through this Leona, especially with the Aftershock. And because of that, Zind bought so much time, was able to flash out. Diana got cleaned up. And then from there, it was just a bad re-engage coming out from the side of Stun Gaming, and because of that, Gamma was able to find the counter re-engage, and they pick up 2, they pick up this Baron, and now they are at a 5k gold advantage. Alonja's on 3 items, Kush is on 3 items, 3.5 now, excuse me, and now it's basically Gamma's game to lose. They're just so far ahead, I think team comp wise and gold wise, that it's going to be really hard for Stun Gaming to sort of find an opening to win this.
Yeah, OG Kush got enough clutch gene for all 4 of his teammates as Diana is looking to posture in here. 2 minutes until the dragon, and yet I think both teams just want to risk the end of the game here on this fight. The solar flare drops down and hits nobody. Rare Candy and Set into the back line. This is gonna hurt as the haymaker does drop true damage. OG Kush's bomb hits onto everybody, but Set is onto the back line with Silas. Silas is doing damage. Alonso's going crazy. He survives onto the fight just enough to be able to get out. 2 members of Stun Gaming alive, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They may be able to push for the end here. Gamma is running it down mid. Zend looking to stop the backs as well. And what do you think, Karino? Are they able to stop on this push? Are you able to end this push?
No, I think there's just going to be too much like wave clear and threat coming up from this Diana Ashe to end, but it does not mean that they can't get this inhibitor tower and inhibitor. I think if they get this inhibitor, it basically secures the air drake, and it might even lead to a good fight when they siege out these top and bottom towers after they reset. So I think overall, Gamma obviously won that fight. Alon's popping off, staying alive for so long, putting out so much damage. But I have to give credit to Rare Candy for finding Sinji in the earlier of that fight. I feel like normally it looked a little bad because they did get taken out in the end. But because of that, Sinji had to waste all of his cooldowns trying to get the Zins out off him. Wasn't able to get into the backline like the Silas was, and finish up these kills on these carries. And you can see what happens when they live. They just output so much damage, and they were able to win the team fight because of it.
Yeah, and I think you and I can agree on one thing. It's just that Gamma's members are playing out of their minds right now, especially Alon's and OG Kush, just absolutely carrying these fights.
Yeah, agreed for sure. They just stay alive for so long, put out so much damage. Basically what we want to see, and...
Awesome. Oh, he does. 890 true damage. He's going to slam him against the wall. The instant double kill from the Zaya. The Ornhorn is not going to drop down. Is this going to be the game? I'm not quite sure, but... Gamma is going for the death march down mid. This may be the finals.
Wow.
This may be the chip. It might be all over. Dorado giving Gamma may claim their first victory in the Dorado Hall of Fame, and I think it's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. They're going for the end. Can they stop it? Can they do this? Is this
Gamma?
it? It looks like it is. Let's fucking go! Dorado Gaming Gamma are your Radiant Strike Esports champions. Congratulations to Dorado Gaming Gamma. Wow, what a series. Wow. Congratulations once again to Dorado Gaming Gamma. That was amazing. Holy moly. I don't even know what to say.
It's honestly, you're kind of speechless after that game. That game just blew up so fast. It looks so scary for Gamma, coming into this early mid game because Midnight or Stun Gaming just looked like they had their number, but then all of a sudden OG Kush just pops off, picks up a pentakill, and then from there was just no stopping the Gamma hype train as they just tunneled down. They win every single team fight afterwards, and that game just ended so quickly. great showing coming out from Gamma, ending the series 3-1.
Yeah, and another 10 gift subs from the Real Sastronaut. Thank you so much for supporting Dorado and our community. We appreciate you so much. It's you guys that make this possible and you guys that make this so entertaining. So, with that being said, once again, congratulations. I can't say it enough to Dorado Gaming Gamma for winning Radiant Strike Esports, taking down Stun Gaming Mythos 3-1. Uh, Carino, we got to pick an MVP for this series. I have my
Oh,
person in mind. Let me just ask you who you think is our series MVP here.
I have to say, I'm honestly stuck between Hazem and Kush. I feel like these players, they played so well. They played so, almost perfectly. Hazem, of course, had some missteps now and then, but that's expected when you basically get five banned every single game and you're put, into a position like this and you have to carry. But then again, OG Kush, popped off, a lot of these games, especially this last game, just put out so much damage, but. I think I have to personally. I have to give it to Hazem, but I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, I can definitely respect that point of view because in the other two victories, Hazem was absolutely crucial in their victory. But just for the absolute insane 1v9 performance in this last game, I think that without this player, they absolutely would not have won this game. The OG Kush is definitely going to be my series MVP. Mr. President, always being reliable, always being scaling insurance. Even when he was put down on that Lux game, he still came back and did the most damage in the game. And undoubtedly, I mean, the pentakill, like it just he puts on a show, he wins a chip, he puts the team on his back, and all of that while being a platform mid. So, all right, and let's hear from our players. You guys have been hearing for us for way too long. We're gonna go ahead and bring in Gamma and give them some interviews and give them their roses as they pop in. All right, guys, welcome in. Congratulations on winning Radiant Strike Esports on getting the first chip for Dorado Gaming Gamma. Me and Carino definitely congratulate you. We are so happy for you and can't wait for you guys to watch back the cast. We do have some questions for you, but Carina, do you wanna start? How do we want to do this? Do we want to go top to bottom?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just have a question for you guys all. It's like, how do you guys feel? I mean, I'd imagine your hands must have been shaking that last, game. I feel like these team fights were so close. You all played so well. I mean, the pentakill coming out from Kush. How do you guys feel?
Man, I feel so good. I mean, so obviously everybody knows that Ziggs is one of my, you know, top champion signature champions, I guess you will. So it feels really nice to pop off in the end. That actually was my first pentakill on Ziggs. Um,
Wow.
but yeah, I mean, we put in so much work preparing for the series. Um, and I think it really paid off well. I think every single draft like went for the most part pretty expectedly, or when it went in certain directions we had really good answers and we had complete control of it, and our execution was very good. So I'm super proud of the boys, and I'm really happy to finally bring one home.
Yeah,
Yeah,
amazing, and so awesome to hear from you, especially, and that's crazy that that's your first pentakill on Ziggs. But like Karina said, I want to hear from everybody. So we've heard from Kush, and I guess I'll start from top to bottom. Like Hazem, how are we feeling, man?
Uh, fuck, man. How cracked is my team to carry my heavy ass that last game? My goodness. I don't know, man. Like, I didn't perform the best I could have last game, but like I think they trolled really, really hard when they overextended in that bot play and just gave Kush a pentakill. We are kind of like confused about that, but like we'll take it. If they want to troll, we'll take every single victory, no matter like how shitty it feels. How like I don't care. A win is a win, and I am happy as fuck to get this championship.
yeah,
Hell
that's
yeah.
all I like to hear.
Yeah, Rare Candy, how you feeling, man?
Um, I'm feeling pretty good. Uh, I mean, that last game for me, I was just kind of like auto tech bot on the Ashe, try to keep them out of the fight. But Kush fucking popped off, so it doesn't really matter what I was doing that last game.
Hell yeah, Alonz, I know you had your moments too in this series. How are you feeling, man?
Pretty relieved. These games felt pretty stressful for me, but I guess just time to come to church. Zaya's OP. I need to stop
True.
Hell
getting
yeah.
crucified in the ADC chat.
And last but not least, Mr. Old Man's End dusted off the cap, unretired, came back and showed he still got it, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, dude. I mean, just I know we're not at like shout outs or anything yet, but just huge credit to Kush. Like he really did do a lot of preparation. If you saw like the freaking flow chart we had, he literally did predict every single pick and ban that they were gonna do. So we were ready for all 4 games.
Besides
That's
that Diana pick, I don't know where the fuck that came from,
Yo,
but it was
yeah,
cool
that
to see.
Diana came out of a Diana did come out of left field, but like, what it do? Didn't do anything.
True.
Yeah, and
Right.
my so now we're just gonna throw some questions, and whoever has a good answer, or if you have multiple answers, feel free to to pipe in because you guys just won finals, so you deserve your roses. But my question, and Karina, I'm sure you have some too. The first thing that comes to mind for me is after that Ezreal game, what was your guys' game plan to turn around and just completely stomp it out in that third game?
Hmm.
And
The
Well,
Ezreal game, like we had Ezreal.
That
no,
was
the
No,
game
game
where
3.
the Ezreal went like
that was
12
game
and
two.
1.
well,
Yeah,
so
game two.
Oh,
in
Oh.
in we kind of so when they picked Ezreal in like game 2, he did really freaking well. And we kind of thought that he might ego it. So what we did for game 3 is we basically just left the Jinx up to see if he would bite on it again. And sure enough, like we went Volibear B1 and then they went Ezreal Karma because their support can only play Karma apparently. Um, and then that we were able to get the Jinx off of that. So we kind of just used that fuel from him doing so well as the draft strategy for game 3.
yeah. I think game two was just like we only had one like reliable engage was like Leona, and like Renekton. Like obviously I was up in lane, right? But eventually I will like fall off, and Trundle couldn't really interact with too many people in that game. So we had like two champs who were just walking around, and like Kush and Alon's trying to like carry us through it. I think game two, I don't even think we could have won unless we had a different champ in top. I think maybe like I don't even know what I pick if I to be completely honest, but maybe set goes better there. But all I know is we were a little bit like outranged and we were caught off guard by the Ari Shen combo. Like
Hmm.
they just Ari dash forward and Shen on top of her and she's Zanya's and she's not really able to die.
Yeah, it's always hard to crack a good tank player, good Stonewall player, but I think in the games that you guys won, you definitely played really well into that to gain those CS leads and abuse that side of the map. Karina, what you got for him?
Yeah, actually, I just have a specific question for Hasm. That series, you pulled like 5 bans like every single game. What goes on through your head that like you're able to just still pull out like more champions out of this pool and even like be on the strong side? Like does that make you feel upset that they're targeting too much? Does that make you feel happy? Like, tell me about it.
Uh, I'm gonna tell you straight, strokes my ego a bit, not gonna lie, but I
Oh
think
boy.
uh I think he's not like I don't know if it's like egotistical to say this, but I don't think he's anywhere like that close to where I am, and it just feels like shit that he's just tank, sit in lane, go 30 CS down, and try to hope that your team coin flips the game. It's a really cringe way of playing the game, to be honest. I just I didn't think that no matter what he picked, there was nothing threatening to what I was gonna pick because he's on a tank. He's not on something that he can abuse me on. So it didn't
Yeah.
matter how many bans you threw. As long as you're not banning the right stuff, it doesn't matter how many bans you're
So,
throwing.
so literally the only game that it went wrong was uh when he was on a champion that could side lane and then just ult in when he needed to. All the other games, he's just in a side
Yeah, it's
and
super Shen specific, I think.
yeah.
Like,
I mean,
not many other champions can.
in like game 3, we took out the Shen and Bjorn because not no huge disrespect to Lightless, but he's banking on playing a really useful champ, but playing like a really useless player. So
Yeah,
Hazel can
weak
have
side.
him as much as he wants, but it's like, oh, I'm still Ornn. Oh, I'm still Shen. Fuck you, Gamma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I think you guys did a really good job of realizing that when in the early game your bruiser is ahead of the tank, you guys have a lot of agency, and especially in that game 3 against the Udyr and the Malphite. I mean, that was an absolute treat to watch. You guys just completely stomped them out, start to finish. So I'm gonna go around, Karina, unless you have any other questions. Before we get to the shoutouts, I want to ask everybody's favorite moment from the series. So I'll start top to bottom with Hazem,
You
if he's
talk to
here.
me. Yeah,
Baby
well,
boy.
one sec.
Oh
Just
yeah.
ask someone else out. I'm being honest.
Okay, we'll go rare can. We'll go rare candy. No worries.
Damn it, Hazem. Favorite moment from the series. Let me think. I mean that the dragon steal in the last game there was pretty cool because I'd called that like 40 seconds prior to it even happening. Not that I was gonna steal it, but that they were looking to do it. So I just kind of ran in there and smited it. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, nice. I mean, you had a couple steals too. You had the Infernal steal, which I think that
Mm,
game you guys ended up dropping, but it kept you guys in it for a lot longer too. So that was really well
hmm
done. Kush, what about you? I mean, I can guess.
Um, hmm, I
It could be
mean,
anything, actually.
I think I think I think dying to a called out gank in game one and then trying to call my jungle over and he not coming and then dying again in game one was my favorite one.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Obviously the pentakill was really awesome. I was very surprised that they went for it, and I mean I would love to say that I earned at least three of them, but I mean to be honest, like I threw down my E and my Q, and the tower's just freaking doing the work for me. But I'll take it.
All skill,
It
all
was
skill.
great. Hmm.
All right.
What about you, Alonso?
Oh, my bad. But real quick, the question was what again? Because I was not here.
What was your favorite moment from the series?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Owens.
Um, Probably just them sending 3 bot and not expecting us to just clean them. And
Oh, you talking about the Jinx game?
Oh, that
yeah,
2v3.
just
Oh,
Oof.
that was an
coming,
insane play.
having my mythic like 2.5 minutes early. Like, eh.
Yeah, hell yeah! No, that was such a treat to watch. I had just remarked earlier in the game that it's not a good idea to piss Alons off, and you proved me right by just absolutely shit stomping them. And Zen, what about you, man?
Probably that game one, the last Elder fight. Like right as we were kind of taking positioning in there, we were able to kind of bait and engage, and Vayne actually ended up ulting kind of early. And Candy called that out, and like we all just pulled back, let it timed out, and then it was just such an easy fight. And then sort of getting that flash thresh hook on Vayne right at the
Oh,
end.
that was disgusting, dude.
Yeah, that
Absolutely disgusting.
just sealed the game right there. That felt really good.
Very nice. Yeah, guys. Oh, well, we have Hazem as well. Hazem, do you have your favorite moment from the series?
Oh, yeah. Just playing Tryndamere and bashing their skulls in with the crits. And
Oh yeah.
finding Victor on side without stopwatch. And, you know, stealing the Elder. Just classic
Mm,
Tryndamere
Oh, that
things.
was huge. Yeah, and he killed the jungler too. That was so big, man. You got to watch that back on the stream. We were going crazy for that. Karina, do you have any other questions before we get to the shoutouts?
No, I'm good.
All right,
Congratulations,
man.
guys.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna start bottom to top this time, just to change it up a bit. So we'll start with Zen, man. Let's get to the shoutouts.
Well, I mean, first and foremost, huge shout out to Zol, Hoshi, Kush, Alans, Noah. They're really the ones that made the decision on me joining Dorado, and I had tried out in the past, so just getting that opportunity was, I'm really grateful for it. Um, but also shout out to Manny's mom. She always services all five of us between games, and it really, really brings it home for us. So yeah.
Awesome, man. All right, let's go for it.
Yeah, same thing. Soul, Hoshi, entire org, entire team, and just, you know, Manny's mother for
Of
all that she
course,
does and raising a questionable child.
she
You
is
know,
the series
it's a
MVP.
it's weird how she has 5 holes, but what a woman.
What? Okay, with that, we're
Oh
going
my.
to
Wow. Okay.
Well,
the OG Kush.
Okay, listen, I knew what you were going there. Um, shout outs. Okay. I mean, I'll just jump on the bandwagon of shouting out Manny's mom. Um, of course, shout out to my wife for listening to me yell at a computer screen into the late hours. Um, yeah, shout out to you, Hoshi and Zol, for all the support that they give us and running a great org. I'd like to shout out all of my previous Gamma members, being Hooked on Flays, Manny, Leadin, Franco, and Noah. I had a lot of very good times playing with all of you guys, and I think that playing with you guys has significantly improved me as a player. Even though I've not been my solo queue rank has stayed the same. But I think that I've really improved as a player, and a lot of that credit goes to all of you guys. Let's see here. And then yeah, shout out to all my current players. Um, I I've really enjoyed playing with this team, and I've kind of put myself into more of a leadership role than I have been in previous iterations of Gamma, and they all respect me for that, and they're all incredibly gifted and talented players. So it's been a pleasure playing with them, and I look forward to playing with all of them moving forward. Um, and then lastly, just shout out to the Dorado community. It's like super awesome to be a part of this thing, and it's yeah, it's great. I just love all you guys. So thank you. And thank you for
Oh yeah.
supporting.
Who's cutting onions in here, man? This is emotional. All right. All right, Candy. Let's hear it, man.
That's what I'm saying. How am I supposed to follow that,
Yeah, you
Kush? Come
can't,
on,
but
man. Um, shout out to Hoshi and Zol and the team. Um, shout out to my buddy Hybrid Carry, who reached out to me to join Gamma initially. I was hesitant because I wasn't really interested in playing comp at the time, and he kept pushing me to do it. So, I appreciate him give me that nudge.
hell yeah, man. Hazem, what you got, man?
Shout out to Zol, Efron, and Hoshi. Uh, good. Shout out to my teammates, especially. I think we've been through like rough weeks, obviously. Like we've been through like the ups and downs, and like just staying through it mentally, and like staying like confident in our abilities to carry. Like they trusted me a lot. I think like I don't think I've been on a team that's, I know like you guys don't trust my picks as much, but I feel like you guys trust me in game. Like if I'm talking about like like stuff like, oh, this guy doesn't have flash, we can look on this, we can do this, we can do this. It just feels like really really good. Like having like the team on the same page, and it wasn't always like that. It really just wasn't. And honestly, I can't thank my teammates enough. Like it
That's
really is like
got you,
just
bro.
I don't know, man.
Who's cutting onions here, man?
It feels really good winning championship. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming Gamma is going to be in the Hall of Fame. Your guys' banner is going to be up there. Congratulations, guys. And, before we head out, I just want to give a special shout out to everybody who tuned in to watch. I want to give a very, very special shout out to Sass, who anonymously and non anonymously donated about 50 Twitch subs during the course of this stream, at least 50. And that is a lot of money, but we are no, seriously, we're really grateful for that, and it's members like you and the whole community that make this all worth it. And I have no doubt that Dorado is the best amateur esports organization and community around there. So I'm super
True.
grateful to be
True.
around you guys, and the success that our teams like Gamma are bringing. It's just a pleasure to watch, and hopefully the first of many, because it is the year of the dog. So congratulations once again, guys! Super amazing series, and you guys all deserve some rest after that one. Karina, do you have anything for us before we sign off?
Just want to say congratulations to you guys. You guys played really, really well. I was super impressed with all of you, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
Wait, really quick before you end it, yo, Zol, Efron, and Hoshi, I need you guys to take notes. I'm 1 for 1 in splits and championships, so I want my payment doubled real quick. Okay? Shit, write it down, boys. Y'all better write that shit
Zero
down.
times two.
Hasn't we literally just wrapped this up in like the best and most wholesome way, and you freaking
Hey, y'all better write that shit down.
Hazem's like,
I,
where
I
my
gotta let
money?
my sons know.
My sons.
Oh
Alright.
gosh.
Hazem, you my son. That's the end of the stream.
That's great.